Chapter 1. A Star is Born. The early days of the Spitfire brought with them some fascinating stories of the design and production of the iconic fighter plane. But at the heart of the Spitfire's history, we find inspiration in a spirited young girl and the generosity of the great British public. Their love affair with the aircraft resulted in huge amounts of money being raised to keep the fighter in the air, despite the hardships of wartime, and became an important symbol of national pride. Little Annie. 1936 was a highly auspicious year for the Spitfire. It was the year of the fighter plane's first test flight, its first ever public appearance, and its first contract from the Air Ministry. Yet behind the scenes that year, an important decision had to be made. How should they name this exceptional new fighter? The chairman at Vickers Armstrong's, who had taken a controlling interest in the supermarine aviation works in 1928, was Sir Robert Maclean. He had run the Indian railway system at the Great Indian Peninsula Railway and returned to Britain in 1929 to join the board of Vickers Armstrong's, working closely with designer R.J. Mitchell on the development of the new plane as it progressed. Maclean believed the plane's name should begin with the letter S, to tie in with supermarine. He also felt that the company's new fighter should, by its one-word name, suggest something super powerful, a fiercely combative fighter. Mitchell put forward his own suggestions. Snipe? Scarab? What about Shrew? But Maclean was unconvinced. And then an idea struck him. Little Spitfire was a nickname Maclean had given to his eldest daughter, Annie, when she was a child, a phrase commonly used at the time to describe a girl with a fiery personality. Toddler Annie had been a real live wire, a spirited and engaging extrovert who'd gone on to enjoy a career as an actor after she left school. Maclean tried his new name out on the top brass at the Air Ministry, but it was now their turn to be sceptical. And Mitchell also had his reservations about the name, much preferring the Shrew. Yet the chairman wasn't about to be put off. Instinct told him the plane should be called the Spitfire. It seemed the right description of what everyone hoped the new fighter would be capable of. Mitchell's health, by then, was rapidly deteriorating. Legend has it that on hearing of the final decision, he'd commented, "It's just the bloody silly sort of name they would give it." Early in 1937, Mitchell reluctantly gave up work. He died in June that year, unable to witness the Spitfire's success, or learn how its name suited its performance perfectly. As for Annie Maclean, her own life took some extraordinary turns. On Christmas Eve of 1936, she married a handsome, divorced 31-year-old English actor called Robert Newton, after they met while Annie was working on voiceovers at the BBC. 6 years her senior, Newton became well known in the 1950s for his film roles in Treasure Island and Oliver Twist, and also enjoyed a successful stage career in the West End. Sadly, however, their marriage floundered, amidst Newton's reputation for hard drinking and womanising. The late hell-raising actor Oliver Reed was reported to have regarded Robert Newton as a role model. And by the end of the war, Annie had divorced him. Yet her second marriage to Beacus Penrose proved far more successful. Penrose was the well-to-do ex-husband of Newton's sister, Joy. In 1948, the newlyweds set up home in a large 18th-century house called Killeown near Truro. The house had once been home to 18th-century English painter Sir Joshua Reynolds's niece, Theophila. Set in some 300 acres of parkland, and with a large farm, the house became a major restoration project for the couple. Annie relished the challenge, creating a stunning estate garden which duly specialised in selling up to 100 varieties of camellia. Here, in Cornwall, little Spitfire found peace and contentment, raising 2 sons and enjoying life to the full. After Beacus died in 1988, and despite her advancing years, Annie remained at Killyow, helping develop the area into a country park and an 18-hole golf course. Right to the end of her life, Annie Penrose loved to cook and entertain her many friends from the theatrical world. Declaring the opening of the estate to the public each spring, she became a much-loved local sight, sitting atop a shire horse and blowing a hunting horn. Yet her Spitfire past never left her. She maintained her close connection over the years and became an honorary member of the Spitfire Society. As part of the celebrations for her 100th birthday in 2010 in Falmouth, a Spitfire flypast was organised, trailing a banner wishing Spitfire Annie a happy 100th birthday. She died in October 2011, aged 101. The Spitfire Fund. The British public's love affair with the Spitfire resulted in huge sums of money being raised for the war effort. Winston Churchill's newly appointed Minister of Aircraft Production, the Canadian newspaper tycoon Max Aitken, Lord Beaverbrook, the Beaver, spearheaded the idea of making public appeals to gather donations of raw materials that could help the war effort. Combined with the huge press coverage of the Spitfire and the public's desire to get involved, the initial idea of asking people to donate their pots and pans to help build Spitfires very quickly turned into a Spitfire fundraising campaign. The nominal price of a Spitfire was set at £5,000, around $300,000 nowadays, though the true cost of building one was closer to 3 times that amount. Within a matter of weeks, all kinds of Spitfire funds were set up by local councils, businesses and charities, as well as individuals, many coordinated by local newspapers carrying lists of individual donations. Auctions and raffles were popular crowd pullers. Very soon, the BBC broadcast lists of successful funds at the end of news broadcasts, and virtually every big town in Britain got involved. Old and young, wealthy and poor, the miners of Durham, already struggling with high unemployment, donated funds for 2 Spitfires. The idea of raising the cash to contribute towards building a Spitfire had hit a nerve in the public psyche at just the right moment. The idea that every penny donated counted was highlighted by the publication of a component's price list. £2,000 raised would buy a Spitfire wing. £200 bought a gun. 8 shillings bought a spark plug. 6pence could buy a rivet. Newspaper stories of the time reflected the novelty and humour of the endeavour. For example, one story revealed that a farmer in Kent charged locals 6pence to see the only field in Kent without a German aircraft in it. In another, during an air raid, a London cinema manager pushed a wheelbarrow up and down the aisle asking, "The more you give, the less raids there'll be." A Liverpool Lady of the Night donated £3 at the police station to the Spitfire Fund. £3 was the standard fine for soliciting at the time. And in Market Lavington, Wiltshire, an outline of a Spitfire was drawn in the market square. Locals were asked to fill it with coins. It was filled within a few days. Fundraisers were also given the opportunity to have their dedication of choice painted onto a Spitfire, and in many cases the aircraft were named after the places or areas that had successfully raised the money. Eventually, almost every big town in Britain came to have its name on a Spitfire. Efforts grew, and soon the fundraising went global, with Canada and other Commonwealth countries joining the effort. This was kick-started by Garfield Weston, a Canadian businessman and philanthropist who was also a Conservative MP for Macclesfield at the time. In August 1940, after a day of heavy losses in the Battle of Britain, with 16 Spitfires lost in one battle and 13 pilots killed, Weston walked into the Ministry of Aircraft Production and handed fellow Canadian Lord Beaverbrook a blank cheque, saying, "You know, Max, only God can replace those boys. I'd like to replace the machines." Beaverbrook filled in the amount for £100,000. Weston hoped to keep the donation a secret, but it was soon made clear to him that this simply wasn't possible. As Beaverbrook explained, the publicity generated by his gesture would raise further sums of cash. On the 24th of August, another Canadian tycoon, J.W. McConnell, publisher of the Montreal Star, put up $1 million Canadian dollars. Garfield Weston took to the airwaves in a broadcast aired over the BBC and CBS radio networks. "The princely gift from an outstanding Canadian made all England stand and cheer," he said, prompting a huge wave of additional Canadian Spitfire fundraising ventures. One of the most entertaining of these became the Dorothy Funds. Dorothy Christie of Montreal launched the idea by auctioning off some of her evening wear, using the money she made to print cards that said, "Is your name Dorothy? If so, rally round and help buy a Spitfire for Britain." She and a group of friends then mailed the cards to every Dorothy they could find. This relatively simple idea spawned 20,000 fundraising tea parties, all hosted by a Dorothy. And Dorothy inspired sales, musicals, and even an auction of one of movie star Dorothy Lamore's famous sarongs. This eventually resulted in a Spitfire being named Dorothy of Great Britain and Empire. Donations to Spitfire funds raised around £13 million. Technically, however, the money raised by the Spitfire funds went towards the war effort in general, rather than directly to the aircraft manufacturers. Yet Beaverbrook, the Daily Express newspaper tycoon of the era, was very well placed as a Fleet Street baron to stimulate public interest by deploying the Spitfire as a hugely emotive cause. It has been argued that Beaverbrook's inspiration to use the Spitfire as a fundraising model was really a highly effective propaganda exercise in creating patriotism. People believed that the country could win the war because it had the Spitfire. Yet Beaverbrook was the man who increased Britain's fighter and bomber aircraft production, after the problems of how to mass-produce the planes was solved, took control of RAF storage units and aircraft repairs, and injected energy and resourcefulness into a situation where such skills were desperately needed. Britain needed hope and belief in the country's future. The fundraising efforts gave millions of people just that. The Shepley Spitfire. It was the happiest of wartime summer weddings when 21-year-old pilot officer Douglas Shepley married Frances Bidey Linscott on the 29th of June 1940 in Sidcup, Kent. Douglas Shepley had graduated from Cranwell at the start of the war and joined 152 Squadron at Acklington, Northumberland, moving to Warmwell, Dorset just a few weeks after his wedding day. Shepley was no stranger to loss, despite his young age. His sister Jean had died in North Africa in 1939 after joining the Fanny, First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, when her ship, the SS Yorkshire, sailing from Rangoon to Liverpool, was torpedoed. It sank, killing 60 passengers. In May the following year, Shepley's brother George was shot down over Dunkirk while on a reconnaissance sortie. Fate, it seemed, had the Shepley family in its sight. On the 12th of August, during the Battle of Britain, Shepley's Spitfire and that of Australian Flight Lieutenant Latham Withall fell into the sea near the Isle of Wight in combat during the Luftwaffe's sortie to put British radar stations out of action. Their bodies were never found, yet Douglas's widow, Bidey, after just 6 weeks of marriage, was determined to honour her late husband. Together with her mother-in-law, Emily, she vowed to raise the money to replace the Spitfire her husband had been flying. With fundraising collections in all the ARP, air raid precaution posts in the Sheffield area, the determined duo managed to raise £5,700 in less than 4 months. Afterwards, Lord Beaverbrook wrote to Emily Shepley, "Will you allow me, in sending you my heartfelt sympathy in the tragic losses you have sustained, to tell you how proud I am. I'm convinced your sons and daughter would be proud to know of the tribute you have paid in their memory." A year later, in August 1941, a new Spitfire, a Mark 5B, named the Shepley Spitfire, was issued to 602, City of Glasgow Squadron. Sadly, it was lost in March 1942, while being flown by Battle of Britain veteran Group Captain Victor Beamish, DSO DFC. Yet the Spitfire continued to linger in the memory of the Shepley family. In 1979, the Shepley Spitfire pub opened in Totley, just outside Sheffield, near the Shepley family home, a monument to those that built and flew the Spitfire and the family who were determined to turn tragedy into hope. First flight. Gordon Bailey was 16 when he went to work in an aircraft factory in 1936. It was a rather special one in those days. Supermarine Aviation Works on the River Itchen at Woolston, Southampton. Some years earlier, a very famous aircraft was designed and built at these works. It was world famous. The Schneider Trophy float plane had finally won the contest outright for Britain. Initially, Gordon found himself working two to a bench on template details for the Walrus and Stranraer biplanes, or flying boats. For the first week I was somewhat in awe of factory work, but this feeling soon wore off, and I began to enjoy work and the routine. It was very strict in pre-war days. Work to the bell had to be strictly observed, pass-outs obtained to leave early, and no smoking, though this was no hardship to the youngest of us. On our section, a charge hand supervised over about 40 lads of my own age, with 1 or 2 older men for the more skilled jobs. The general foreman was a terror to almost everyone, especially us lads. A dreaded punishment for misbehaviour was to be taken to the main floor, issued with a hacksaw and about a dozen blades. A long dural block was then marked off by the tool makers, and the lad earmarked for punishment was set the job of sawing, with a demanded standard of accuracy, the whole length of it. This certainly made us think more than twice about stepping out of line in working hours. Just around that time, we heard about a new aeroplane that was being planned and built by Supermarine. An aeroplane quite different from the ones in service at the time. It was all semi-secret and a bit vague, but when one day I chanced to see it for the first time, I knew somehow that this was something entirely new and exciting, and very beautiful, if such a term can be used about an aeroplane. A small section of the works was boarded off, and a team of fitters, draftsmen and planners were busy on its construction. I had to go to one of the fitters one morning to borrow a tool for the man I was working with, and then had a chance to see it. There it was on trestles, a low-winged monoplane, slim and beautifully shaped. It certainly was a unique design for that time, and it looked a winner from the start. Several months went by until one day something happened that would alter things for me considerably. One morning I was talking to another boy on a bench not far from mine, when I felt rather than saw someone standing behind me. Oh no, it was the general foreman, the terror himself. What next, I thought to myself. Well, I soon found out.
I was told off in no uncertain terms for being out of my workplace. This was driven home by the use of some swear words. I don't know why I said it, but I told him that I was wrong to be out of my place, but I also didn't like being sworn at. This evidently sealed matters, for a few minutes later I was sacked and would leave Supermarine that very evening. This was a blow. I settled down to wait for 5 o'clock, rather than work. As usual, at the sound of the knock-off whistle, the queue formed for wages. It was a custom for the general foreman, the terror himself, to stand by the pay clerk while each man received his pay. At last it was my turn. As I received my envelope, I was curtly told by the foreman to stand aside and wait, which I did. After the men dwindled and left, I was called to the window. "Your name is Bailey?" It was the foreman. "Yes, sir," I replied. "You're the one I've sacked, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." "You said you didn't like being sworn at as well as being told off," he said. "That's right," I managed to get out. As near a smile as we had ever seen started to appear on his face, only to vanish at once. "How would you like to go to Eastleigh Airport to work instead?" he asked. Well, what a question to ask. I certainly would 1,000 times yes. The following Monday I started work at Eastleigh. Top and bottom main planes was being assembled there, and I was put as fitter's mate on top planes. We were working in an old hangar that had been built by German POWs in the First World War. The aerodrome wasn't very busy in those days. The Hampshire Aeroplane Club was in operation on a small scale, and Imperial Airways operated from there, but not on a large scale. We had 2 or 3 Walrus Fleet Air Arm aircraft a week come from Woolston for test flight and inspection. It was a nice self-contained unit, with an adjoining hangar where Supermarine kept a few planes stored and maintained. 2 aircraft we had there were the Avro Tudor and the Hawker Tomtit, biplanes used as training planes. They were used by our test pilots to ferry them between the various units operated by the firm. Sometime midway through 1936, a new hangar was erected at the south end of the aerodrome, a new flight shed for Supermarine, which was merged into Vickers and was in future known as Vickers Supermarine Aviation. Also at this time, a small notice in our local Echo told of the moving of a new fighter aircraft from Woolston to Eastleigh. Well, the Spitfire soon arrived and was installed in a corner of our hangar. The little aeroplane was painted blue all over and numbered K5054. It was the first prototype proper of the Spitfire Mark I. A Rolls-Royce Merlin of 1,050 horsepower, a 2-blade fixed-pitch prop and tail skid were fitted, and RAF roundels were added to wings and fuselage. A couple of months were to go by before she was ready to fly, but at least it was on an aerodrome and in one piece. I was able to see it at leisure and properly. Very soon things were moving in our hangar. The tiny Spitfire's first flight was just around the corner. It had been inspected and checked time after time in the last few months, and we heard everything was set for the word go. Right, I thought, I'm going to be present, come what may. When she was pushed out onto the tarmac, I intended to be one of the pushers. Our foreman was fully occupied, so I was okay there. So after fixing it with my fitter, I helped push K5054 out and then lose myself outside the hangar. It was a nice typical March day, a good ceiling and not a lot of wind. I kept discreetly out of the way, watching and waiting for the big moment. Around the Spitfire there was a fair old gathering of Air Ministry officials, Supermarine officials, and the necessary fitters to stand by for last-minute adjustments. After a while, K5054 was tied down for its pre-flight ground run. This was the job of the Rolls-Royce representative attached to Supermarine. At last all was ready, and with a puff of smoke from its exhausts, the Merlin started its warm-up. The flight was nearly on. A few minutes later, the Rolls man was evidently satisfied with the temperatures and started to run her at a quicker tempo. Louder and louder roared the Merlin, till it reached its peak, held for a moment or two, then gradually died down to a very smooth tick-over. He was evidently pleased and switched off. The Merlin's prop spun to a stop, and the ground run was over. We all thought that Supermarine's chief test pilot would have the honour of piloting it for the first time. He was Mr. Geoffrey Quell, a great pilot. But it was not to be. Vickers's chief, in view of seniority, was to take her first, and then hand over to our Mr. Quell. This was all very proper, no doubt, but to me it was a disappointment. In a short while, Mr. Summers was strapped into the tiny cockpit, started the Merlin, and without further ado taxied out to the take-off point at the southern end of the aerodrome. As he turned into the wind, he opened up the Merlin of K5054, and the life of the immortal Spitfire had started. With a roar, the little aeroplane shot forward, tail up and raring to go. After a reasonable run, she was airborne, wheels up, engine sounding powerful and sweet. Mr. Summers eased her into the blue, and in no time was out of our sight. After a short flight he came in sight, swept across the aerodrome, a left-hand circuit, wheels down, and came in to land. The Spitfire had come to stay.
And of his worth. Those duties hark back in their essentials to the Imperial Army, and probably to still older regulations. Millions of soldiers in both world wars modelled themselves on those regulations. In the Second World War, soldiers followed their guidelines right to the bitter end. For those born after those wars, it is hard to comprehend. But for me and my comrades, who willingly submitted ourselves to those duties with all the idealism of youth, they were a kind of profession of faith. To give an example of the sterling quality and thoroughness of the Rybert, I will quote from the general principles of the barracks, room, and locker regulations. Anyone who shouts, howls, and engages in tussles in quarters offends against discipline and order. Decorous singing is permitted if barrack block comrades agree. Popular songs, hackneyed old hits, and songs of an obscene nature are not a suitable part of a soldier's singing repertoire. In the barrack block, that is, the soldier's home, scrupulous order and cleanliness is to be paramount at all times. The tone adopted among the block inmates should be comradely, so that they can get along well with each other. Lunch is a communal meal both because of technical necessity, for reasons of military order, and to cultivate comradeship. For meals, the soldier will appear with clean hands, clean fingernails, and with his hair combed. At table he will sit upright, will not unnecessarily rattle about with the crockery, will be decorous, and refrain from unsuitable chatter. There are many other examples that could be added. However, it may become clear why in our day the Wehrmacht was spoken of as the school of the nation. In that school even the simple man of the people learned a lot that he had not learned from either his parents or his teachers. At the end of 1986, 45 years on, when I read the letters that I wrote to my family from St. Avold and Mörchingen during the first period as a soldier, I was astonished by the dispassion and distance with which I regarded the business of the army, although I was right in the middle of it. In all conscience, I had shrugged everything off. To have to learn hard lessons, to go through troubles and exertions, to have the occasional moments of harassment, had never become too much for me. In any event, neither I nor my officer-cadet comrades had ever been reduced to tears. That was something about which the regimental commander had once asked at the gentleman's evening. He no doubt was speaking from personal experience, as he thought of his own time as a cadet. Certainly the cadets of the Imperial Army about whom such stories were told had been much younger. For them, The seriousness of military life had begun when they were only 10 years old. In my first letter to my mother and sisters, I complained that we have really very little time, and that we officer cadets were given the most impossible things to do. Thus, for instance, would you believe it, I had been ordered by the UVD to darn his leather gloves. Nevertheless, I completed it to his total satisfaction. On 4th August 1941, I had to travel to Metz, to the Reserve Military Hospital, for a specialist medical examination of my heart. At my recruitment medical, the unit MO diagnosed a serious defect. In Metz it proved, thank God, to be a completely wrong diagnosis. Otherwise I would have been sent home, which would have been a big disappointment. After only 10 days, we were having firing practice for the first time. Then was our swearing in, a ceremonial occasion. In the afternoon we had no duties, and we had our first trip out. It is true, with our NCO and Obergefreiter, but it was quite nice. We gorged ourselves at a confectioner's. For once at least we were full again, otherwise we are always hungry. Yesterday we got our pay books and identity tags. To Father I reported on 25th August that today we had been flushed out, quick-marched with machine gun and gas mask, and then over the 2.5-metre-high scaling wall. But still, I don't let it get me down, you needn't worry. In the group there's a lot to laugh about, and you get through everything much easier with humour than with idealism. On 4th September, I told Mother of a stay in sick quarters. The cause was angina, from which I had suffered a lot in my youth. In that letter, I was longing for my school days, but in the next sentence went on that we all really think that we've never had any other life than the one we have now in the military. Our time as civilians is only a beautiful dream. For all that, we're happy and contented. In a letter of 18th September to my mother, I reported that in the last 2 days we've had no rest at all at night. The day before yesterday we had night exercises until 12:30 a.m., then straight into the air raid shelter until 2:30 a.m. Yesterday was gentleman's evening again, very jolly, then air raid shelter again until 2 a.m. A gentleman's evening like that, I said, was as good as a rest, despite the tightness of space, especially the tightness of my tunic. I sat at the table with the colonel, but fortunately he left about 10 p.m. Then things got going. You get used to drinking. Today I can feel no ill effects at all. At the beginning of October, the recruits arrived who were born in 1922. They had been called up normally. For us officer cadets who had the so-called inspection behind us, it meant that we had reached the lowest rung on the military ladder. We were assigned as block seniors, and during the morning served as assistant instructors. My 9 men, all but 2, were Silesian farm lads. In my letter of 18th October, I answered Mother's question as to how I was feeling to be block senior. It was very nice, I said. The work was quiet, and we didn't have to do any more lousy jobs. On the other hand, we didn't have any more free time for ourselves, particularly because we needed to attend the officers' mess very often. We had to go to the gentleman's evening there 3 evenings a week, as well as having to have lunch there on Saturdays and Sundays. At another level, that made a change. Among the older officers who frequented the mess was the leading baritone of the Breslau Opera. The Palm Court Orchestra that sometimes played in the evenings was conducted by the opera's first violin. At the end of October, I told Mother and Rudy of my success in pistol shooting, that our training work was indeed easier, but not our other work. Part of that meant we had to run the obstacle course with the heavy machine gun, the mortar, and each of us carrying 50 pounds weight. I also told them about essay subjects. We had to write the essays in the evenings we were not at the officers' mess. The theme, "Loyalty is the very marrow of honour," is something I could still write about today. Unlike the question, why must Russia lose the war? I give an account of the swearing-in of the recruits as a ceremonial occasion in which the regimental music corps participated. They played, among other things, the chorale "Wir treten zum Beten vor Gott den Gerechten." We come to pray before God, the Just One, the so-called Dutch prayer of thanks. In a letter of 30th October to Liesel, who was 7 at the time, I wrote that snow had fallen overnight, but that I was sorry I couldn't go sledging with her, but on the other hand had to be glad if no one was going sledging with me. I do not remember whether at the time we actually suffered from hunger, even if I often wrote about hunger and tiredness. But it was no wonder. The unaccustomed physical strains reached the very limits of what we could tolerate. Others, thank God not me, experienced symptoms of exhaustion such as nosebleeds. The comradeship among us 11 was good, even if at first we 2 Austrians and the 2 Sudeten Germans did not feel really very comfortable together. That was why I wrote with delight, "Now and then I meet a fellow countryman, such as a man from Weidhofen, who had studied with our Professor Hüchtel." By the middle of January 1942 we had completed the first stage of our training, and after a successful inspection we were promoted to Gefreiter. Then, too, came the longed-for leave, during which an event occurred that threatened to derail my plans. Literally, overnight, I got severe pains in the region of my appendix, which required that I was admitted immediately into the Stockerau civilian hospital. In the middle of the night the consultant had to be fetched. After palpating my abdomen, to no little horror on my part, he uttered the words, "It's too late." In fact, the appendix had perforated, but an infection had developed which had to be cured before there was any question of an operation. I had to remain in hospital for some weeks. On the day after I was admitted, I was laid down in a small room. The only other patient there I recognized as my schoolmate, Ewald Henk. A few days previously, I had found out from Hertha, he had attempted suicide because of an unhappy love affair. The object of his affections was Mausi Grünschober, a really striking girl who, however, had not yielded to his advances. Standing in front of a mirror in order to give particularly drastic form and experience to the scene, Ewald shot himself through the body with a 6.35mm Flaubert rifle. But he had set the barrel muzzle too low, with the result that he shot himself in the left lung and spleen. After the shot he dropped the rifle and staggered, wailing into the family living room where he cried, "Help me! I have shot myself!" My great worry was that the ill-timed appendix would throw me completely off course or else delay my training. Only at the end of March did I arrive back with mixed feelings in Möchingen, just in time to be able to spend a few days with my comrades before they left for the field. A farewell photo shows us on the steps in front of a door in the barracks building, crowding around our Lieutenant Riedel, our NCO Gehler, and Obergefreiter Wahle. For the farewell, which meant the end of our period of training, we received presents from the lieutenant. For me he had selected a small volume of poetry, Volk vor Gott. This showed that he had not only recognized the religious bent instilled in me by my parents, but that he also admired it. The dedication harked back to the hard period of training, and also contained a maxim for my future. Dear Scheidebauer, life brings us many hardships, but it is only in these that we show our strength. We overcome. We never give up. The reward will be ours. The little book contains Gebet in höchster Not, a prayer when things are at their worst, by Ricarda Huch, Gebet der Knechte und Mägde, a prayer of the lads and lasses, by Richard Billinger, Die innere Gestalt, a prayer, the inner form, by Josef Weinheber, Geistliches Lied, a song of the spirit, by Hermann Claudius, Zuflucht, a refuge, by Ina Seidel, Herr Segen des Deutschen Bauern, the German farmer's blessing on his house, by Paula Groger, and Jochen Klepper's Neujahrslied, a New Year's song. Hermann Stehr, Heinrich Zillich, Walter Flex, Bergengruen and Rilke, Agnes Sniegel, and Rudolf Alexander Schröder, with his Lobgesang, a song of praise, were among the authors. The last page contained the prophetic dedication of my friend Hans Altermann that I have already mentioned. Either we shall meet again in victory, or never again. Always your friend Hans. My comrade's assignment, the term by which it was known to us, was followed by dreary weeks for me. I was only fit for indoor duties, and was employed as a recruit Gefreiter in the 2nd Company of Infantry, Ersatz Battalion 461, in the neighbouring barracks. The recruits who reported on 1st April were all from the eastern part of Upper Silesia, aged from 30 to 35 years, and were all members of the so-called Volksgruppen 2 and 3. According to that system of classification, which still covered the Reich Germans, Volksgruppe 1, and the Poles, Volksgruppe 4, there were those who professed to be German, or who were still classified as German. 2 of these I can still see. One was a slim, sensitive cobbler Slavic from Ornontovich near Gleiwitz. The other was a small, black-haired and round-headed Hilfsarbeiter Stanitzek from Hindenburg. Slavic used to tell of his craft and how he had made orthopedic footwear, but also had made riding boots for Polish officers. He told us that he had not long been married. He had taken a kind of vow never to take off his wedding ring, and spoke of his marriage in a way that impressed me. But he was killed in Russia when he went into action for the first time. Staniszek was a true Perun. I remember him as a Schweik character. He taught me how to drink 96% proof vodka, that is, trickled onto a sugar cube. I then had more time for myself, and went into the officers' mess as I had before. Jochen Fiedler, who had a wireless set, left it behind for me. After 4 weeks I had to report to the medical officer, and at the beginning of May was sent to the reserve military hospital in Metz. For a few more days I was under observation. Indoor duties such as peeling potatoes, in comparison with my previous duties, I found demeaning. If they were not on the agenda, we could go out and look around the town. I went for walks in the parks by the Moselle, and even went to a concert. One afternoon I had been in a coffee-house and got into conversation with Wolfgang Schneiderhan, the young leader of the Vienna Philharmonic. That evening he was playing Beethoven's violin concerto. The German cultural life in Metz was mostly provided by artists from Vienna. Later I found out that at that time people like Josef Meinrad were engaged in the theatre in Metz. On 10th May I was operated on, and after about a fortnight discharged back to Möchingen. Of my fellow patients, I remember a Feldwebel who had a sliver of bone from his lower thigh transplanted into his lower arm in order to make the arm more mobile. The Feldwebel was a teacher and had an education to match. He played chess, and so we were able to pass the time playing chess and in conversation. Nevertheless, I was impatient and would not accept my fate. I would much rather be in Russia in the worst muck, as I wrote to Mother. She and Aunt Lottie, she said, had little natural tendency or talent to be mothers of German heroes. However, my letters spoke of little else. There was not even loving raillery, but a few reproaches that she had not written. It was rather a restrained kind of tenderness, with frequent assurances that I was thinking a lot of her and my sisters, and was her thankful son. In one Christmas present, the little book, Wie die Pflicht es befahl, as duty commanded, words from our war poets, the editor's foreword states that in this struggle all Germans are animated by a single belief. It is belief in the mission of the Führer, and in the eternal nature of the Reich. There is a single certainty that Germany shall live, even if we must die. To the quotations from works of the war poets Walter Flex, Ernst Junger, Baumelberg and Söberlein, etc., was added the then well-known poem An die Mütter by a certain Irmgard Grosch. Its last verse runs, "If I fall, mother, you must bear it, and your pride will overcome your pain, for you were allowed to bring a sacrifice to him whom we mean when we speak the word Germany." Such proud mourning as displayed in many death announcements at that time would certainly have been beyond my mother. I am also unable to say how she took the news of the death of my brother. He was killed in action as late as April 1945. But the poem had little effect on me. Naturally, its heroic tone, all the more so in the poetic art form, appealed to me. But the thought that it could be I who was being mourned like that did not occur to me. I never suffered from premonitions of death, but carried the conviction that it would never happen to me. I was even then looking forward with confidence to the longed-for test of the front, and left for the field with a light heart. The Reich was in danger. It was not Germany that had declared war on England and France, but they that had declared war on Germany. But as far as the Soviet Union was concerned, there was no doubt about what the Reich government had written in its declaration of war to the Soviet government. The German folk is conscious that it is called to save the whole civilized world from the deadly dangers of Bolshevism, and to lay the way open for a true process of social advancement in Europe. That extract from the declaration was printed in small print on the upper edge of many field postcards. Who among us could have doubted the truth of what was said there? Who could have proved it to be wrong?
On the Eastern Front. From the autumn of 1943 onwards, the High Command steadily began swapping German troops behind the Atlantic Wall for these so-called Osttruppen, Eastern troops. By the spring of 1944, 1 in 6 infantry battalions along the Atlantic coast was composed of Osttruppen and foreign volunteers, Russians, Poles, Italians, Hungarians, Romanians, Ukrainians among them. On the eastern coast of the Cotentin Peninsula, 709th Infantry Division was typical of the second-rate divisions defending the West in 1944. 1 in 5 in its ranks was a volunteer from the East. Its commander, Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben, was sceptical. "We are asking rather a lot if we expect Russians to fight in France for Germany against Americans. And numbers alone would not be enough," Germany's leaders realized. The Lancer had to believe in the cause he was fighting for. Almost every man did. He had sworn allegiance to the Führer. That was only the beginning of the soldiers' indoctrination in the National Socialist principles in the ranks. Faith in the Führer and his ideology is the bedrock for the life of all German people, the ordinary soldier was told. But as the war drew on, as the enemy advanced in Russia, in Italy, as his air forces pummeled the cities of the Reich, faith in the Führer was not enough. The men needed constant National Socialist instruction, Adolf Hitler decided. It came in the shape of the Nationalsozialistisches Führungsoffizier, the National Socialist Leadership Officer, a political commissar in the ranks of the German army to spread the Nazi word. The only decisive factors are the high values possessed by a nation, the commissars preached. Bravery, iron discipline, honor, and the nation's consciousness of being the standard-bearers and the protagonists of a lofty idea. In short, the Lancer had to be more than a fighter. He would fight to the last round rather than give up his post and retreat. The captain of a ship goes down with it, the flag flying. German military tradition has never known it any differently, Rundstedt ordered. And if he would not fight to the last, if he would not face Allied bullets, he would face German ones. Nowhere did indoctrination and political instruction fall upon more fertile ground than in the ranks of the Waffen-SS. No soldier, no division instilled more fear in the enemy than the men and ranks of Heinrich Himmler's private army. The Waffen, armed SS, had begun the war as an insignificant fighting force. It had not even begun the war as the Waffen-SS, rather the SS Verfügungstruppe, SS Special Duty Troops, a small elite group of armed SS regiments created by their leader, Himmler, and placed at the army's disposal. Better physical specimens, better trained, at times better equipped, and better motivated than comparative army units, the growing SS formations proved their worth on the Eastern Front. In the summer and autumn of 1943, 4 new SS divisions were taking shape in France and Belgium. 3 armoured, 1 armoured infantry, or panzer grenadiers. All were born out of the debacle that winter at Stalingrad and the Caucasus, where Germany's southern wing of the Eastern Front had all but disintegrated. The finest new division was the 12th SS Panzer, the Hitlerjugend, so named for its ranks were drawn exclusively from the Hitler Youth, boys born as recently as 1926. In the summer of 1943, near Brussels, the 12th SS began to take shape. There was no shortage of volunteers for the Hitlerjugend. By the beginning of June 1944, there were more than 20,000 men in its ranks. On paper it was one of the strongest divisions in the West, but only on paper. The ranks were full, but the Hitlerjugend had barely half its NCOs and lacked 1/5 of its officers. Youth characterized the other Waffen-SS divisions forming in the West in 1943, 9th, 10th and 17th. 2 out of every 3 men in the new SS divisions were aged 20 or under. The Hitler Youth had proved to be a fertile recruiting ground for the Hitlerjugend Panzer Division. 9th SS Hohenstaufen, drawing its name from ancient German emperors, and its sister motorized division, 10th SS Frundsberg, named after a 16th century military leader, was supposed to be raised from Germany's labor service, the Reichsarbeitsdienst. But of the 27,000 men recruited for the Frundsberg and Hohenstaufen in their formative months, fewer than half were volunteers. Press-ganged into service or not, the physical requirements for the Waffen-SS remained forbidding. No recruit under 5 feet 10 inches was accepted. The minimum for the men of the elite 1st SS Panzer, the Leibstandarte, which would join battle in Normandy later in the summer, was an inch taller, and 1 filled tooth was sufficient to ensure rejection. Physical strength was matched by moral fortitude. Heinrich Himmler expected his men to stand by their motto, Mein Ehre heißt Treue, loyalty is my honor. Never look deflated, never despair, always fight, the Reichsführer told the ranks of the 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers, training in France in the spring of 1944. It is to be drummed into every man in this division, down to the youngest recruit, that the individual is never to capitulate, never to allow himself to become a prisoner. Erwin Rommel believed in action, not words. In the opening months of 1944 there was a new energy driving German defensive efforts in France. The workload of officers and men mushroomed. In a 2-week period in February, more than 4,000 orders, teletypes and special instructions had crossed his desk. In a single day, OB West's headquarters had fielded 8,788 telephone calls. There was physical evidence, too, of Rommel's impact in the West. In 4 months, upwards of 4 million mines were buried beneath the soil and sands of France, and a further 500,000 barriers littered the beaches. Adolf Hitler was impressed. He told propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, "Rommel has set an example in the West. He has an old score to settle with the English and Americans. Inside he burns with anger and hatred, and has devoted all his skill and all his finesse to perfecting the defences there. Rommel is the old warrior again. He has fully recovered from his illness. There's no longer any hint of defeatism in him. On the contrary, he yearns for the day when he can grapple with his old enemies." General Erich Marx was similarly impressed. "Rommel is a tremendous force and full of ideas," he told his wife. "He's hot-tempered, often blows his top. He really puts the wind up his commanders. The first person to report to him in the morning is eaten for breakfast." Marx was among those eaten for breakfast. His Corps, 84, was one of the strongest in the West. 5 divisions defending 250 miles of shore, including the Channel Islands as well as the interior of Normandy. The quality of the men varied. 319th Infantry Division in the Channel Islands had been stripped of most of its troops. The ranks of 716th and 709th Infantry Divisions, defending the Cannes area and the Cherbourg Peninsula respectively, were in places filled by men in their mid-40s. And yet for all this, Erich Marx was confident that the invasion would come in Normandy, and confident that his men would defeat it. "It's highly gratifying to see the number and quality of divisions that we can still turn out in this, the 5th war year," he declared. "We had nothing remotely like it left in 1918. Rommel stopped the corps commander in his tracks. His troops, the field marshal said bluntly, were not working hard enough. It's a good thing that despite his frankness he's highly thought of by Adolf Hitler and has been entrusted with important tasks, Marx wrote, surprisingly buoyed by his meeting with the Desert Fox. I got the impression that he's not only a real adventurer, but also a great warrior. But in the spring of 1944, the mood of the great warrior fluctuated wildly. Confident one day, melancholy the next. Now that March is nearing its end without the Anglo-Americans having started their attack, I'm beginning to believe they've lost confidence in their cause, he wrote to his wife on the 30th of March. A week later he added, the tension grows greater and greater here. Probably only a few weeks separate us from the decisive event. I will make good use of the time and push things on as much as possible. Then we can, I think, face the attack calmly. 3 days later he was less confident. There's an endless amount to do to be 100% ready when the battle begins, he told Lucy. I hope that we will pull it off. And on the 16th he confided fatalistically in his diary, what will history say in passing its verdict on me? If I am successful here, then everybody else will claim all the glory. But if I fail here, then everybody will be after my blood. If Rommel had his doubts, so too did his men. Doubts about the impending battle, doubts about the war's outcome. Those who had never seen battle yearned for action. 19-year-old Werner Kortenhaus had spent a year in France longing to get at the Allies with his comrades in 21st Panzer Division. We thought, let them get here. We'll throw them out again, he recalled. We genuinely believed that we were so strong we would throw them out again. We were young men, and in a way we burned for a little action. Schütze Jochen Lakoff also waited anxiously for his Feuertaufe, baptism of fire, with the Hitlerjugend. Our first action lay ahead, he wrote. We were looking forward to it. The Allies planned to take apart the baby milk division, as they called us, but we were not afraid. Older soldiers, the veterans, were afraid, even fatalistic. We felt in our bones instinctively that something terrible was to come, recalled Fallschirmjäger Karl Max Weitzorek, at 19 already a veteran of the Eastern Front. Another Ostfront veteran, Helmut Gunther, a senior non-commissioned officer in the newly formed 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers, knew the impending clash would be different from anything he had yet faced. In Russia we had fought men against men, he remembered. We knew that in Normandy it would be men against machines. We no longer expected total victory, but we still felt an absolute sense of loyalty. What neither rookie nor veteran could stand was the uncertainty, the interminable waiting. The inactivity was wearisome and dangerous, recalled Major Hans von Luck. There were few places the aristocratic von Luck had not fought: Poland, France, Russia, Africa. His men, a regiment of Panzer Grenadiers billeted outside Cannes, enjoyed butter, cheese, cider, meat and crème fraîche, the very best of what Normandy's farmers could produce. I was used to mobile actions, the frustrated officer wrote. This waiting for an invasion that was undoubtedly coming was enervating. As May passed and the weather improved by the day, one senior non-commissioned officer wrote home, I hate this fleeting, uncanny quiet. There's the feeling that we're here waiting for something big. Sometimes I think there'll be an invasion, and then later I have my doubts. At the moment, I believe that Tommy will come.
Chapter 2. Making an Icon. In 1936, the British government formalised the Shadow Factory plan under the control of the Air Ministry to increase aircraft production. employing tens of thousands of factory workers across the country. Despite the dark days of war, the camaraderie of the workers and the feeling of doing your bit for Britain inspired many of those involved in the production of the Spitfire, and they look back with fondness and pride on an extraordinary time. A Spitfire made from £5,000. As the Battle of Britain raged across the skies in the late summer of 1940, Germany's Luftwaffe were determined to destroy the main Spitfire manufacturing sites at Woolston and Itchen in Southampton suburbs. Their first attempt on the 23rd of August proved unsuccessful, yet later raids the following month were devastating. The two main sites were completely wrecked, killing 92 and injuring many others. Many of the casualties worked on the production line. Fortunately, plans had already been made to relocate some of the two factories' production equipment and machine tools elsewhere in the Southampton area. In addition, factories in other areas of the country were commissioned by the government to continue the production of the Spitfire. These were known as secret or shadow factories, and in Salisbury, Wiltshire, many garages and even furniture stores were converted in order to continue building the Spitfires around the clock. Many of the employees of these shadow factories were local young women, like Dot Rendell, who had grown up in Marden near Devizes and started her working life in service for a local doctor and his wife. "The Germans were already dropping incendiary bombs near the house," recalled Dot. "Our fear was that the bombers would follow, but they didn't." Dot was just 17 when war broke out, and her first ever boyfriend was a sailor who served on the Ark Royal, Britain's most famous aircraft carrier. "It was more of a correspondence course than a romance, but he lived locally and appreciated letters home." By late 1940, Vickers Armstrongs, the owners of Supermarine Aviation Works, had evacuated production to 35 sites in the Trowbridge, Southampton, Reading and Newbury areas, as well as to Salisbury, Wiltshire. They occupied Anna Valley Garage and Dorset garages in Castle Street, as well as Wessex Motors in New Street. A new factory was also built in Castle Road, and thousands of young women began working in these sites and the other shadow sites dotted around the country. Dot was one of them. Initially she worked in stock keeping in stores at the Wessex Motors site. Then she transferred to the shop floor to help build the Spitfires. "We used a Cardex system with separate pull-out files for every item in the store. Our job was to record every intake and output, and then report any shortages to the chaser, a man who scoured the country for much-needed parts." In time, Dot became friendly with a girl there who worked as an electrician. "So when the opportunity arose, I joined her on the shop floor. We fitted electric instruments to the dashboards and Oddie clips, a quick-release fastener used widely in the aviation industry at the time, throughout the fuselage to hold wiring. It was all very different to the quiet I was used to. We were not trained for electrical work. We did not connect any wires. We were given a blueprint to follow. If we did have problems, the charge hand helped us out. The Oddie clips were various sizes, depending on the number of wires they were meant to hold. We had to position them and drill holes ready for the riveters. Not much space in the tail of a Spitfire, so it was an advantage to be small. The dashboard instruments were fitted and riveted in the same way. Music while you worked echoed through the factory, and everyone would join in the chorus of We'll Meet Again with Vera Lynn, endeavouring to be heard above the panel beating and riveting. But despite the seemingly carefree atmosphere, the workers were very aware of the reason they were all there, and the important work they were carrying out. We had an air raid shelter deep under the floor, which we used when sirens sounded. Everyone carried their gas masks at all times. There was a factory canteen for the workers, They took over the area above Smith's news agency shop for the canteen, and we had social functions there like staff dances. The excellent three-man band were factory workers. We had super times there. There were lots of on-off romances in the factory. I had friends, but no serious involvements. My treasured keepsake from those factory days is a Spitfire made out of £5. We were all given one as a gift when the war ended. Dead Sea. A few months after the Battle of Britain, Paul Nash, one of a small number of official war artists appointed by the Air Ministry in 1940, moved to Oxford with his wife Margaret. Nash was fascinated by a huge depot located in Cowley, east of Oxford. As a surrealist artist of considerable repute, Nash had already witnessed the worst of the First World War and created stunningly powerful abstract works, such as We Are Making a New World, completed in 1918. Now, at Cowley, he started to create a fresh work of art in order to boost patriotic sentiment. And his inspiration was Cowley's enormous aircraft salvage dump, nothing more than piles and piles of twisted, damaged metal. Previously part of the Morris car factory, Cowley had been turned into a salvage and recycling operation called the Metal Produce Recovery Unit as part of the war effort. Spread over 100 acres and employing over 1,500 men and women, the unit was tasked with recovering damaged planes, including Spitfires and crashed German fighter aircraft, from anywhere in the UK, and bringing them to Cowley for repair or recycling. A similar recovery unit was also set up in the northeast of England, at Eaglescliffe, sited at an old brickworks by a railway line. Here, too, all crashed and unrepairable planes from across the north of England came to be stripped of all reusable parts and smelted down to recover aluminium by a further team of 1,500 workers. Nash's war artist contemporaries, such as Eric Kennington, painted conventional portraits of Battle of Britain fighter pilots, using pastels to create glamorous, dashing figures in blue RAF uniform, or in the case of artist Cuthbert Ord, a series of black and white drawings of pilots in fighter command. Both styles fulfilling the image the Air Ministry was very keen to promote. But Paul Nash found himself intrigued by the Cowley site and these junked planes that had fought so fiercely in the air. The depot got so big, parts of the area were given names like Spitfire Road and Battle Road, and Nash spent several months at Cowley sketching and photographing the seemingly endless piles of wrecked, twisted metal, commenting on the ghostly presence of the crashed planes, sensing a pervasive, eerie presence around the site. At one stage, he called the planes beautiful monsters. One could swear they begin to move and twist and turn as they did in the air, he said afterwards, describing his oil-on-canvas landscape of a moonlit landscape of crashed German planes. At first glance, what might seem to be moonlit waves proves to be an unending expanse of wreckage of Second World War aircraft, a painting Nash named Totes Meer, German for Dead Sea. As unusual as his work at Cowley was, Totes Meer was subsequently regarded as a very effective piece of war propaganda. That he succeeded in producing some of the greatest images of the Second World War until his death, aged 57, just after the war ended in 1946, is a testament to his determination. Nash was severely asthmatic, and his illness often proved debilitating. In his unconventional way, Nash brilliantly conveyed the terrible power of war, inspired by the sight of a vast expanse of twisted, unwanted metal. Making Spitfires in Castle Bromwich. Eileen Weston's story. Spitfire production in the Second World War was split between two sites, Southampton and the surrounding area of shadow factories, and at the vast Castle Bromwich aircraft factory near Birmingham. Thousands of factory workers were employed at the Castle Bromwich site through the war years, making the planes and parts so urgently needed by the RAF. Some of these workers were young teenage girls drafted in to help with the war effort. "We all knew we were doing something important," recalls Eileen Weston, eldest of 6 children, who lived in Erdington close to the Castle Bromwich factory. She left school aged 14, just 1 month before war was declared. She'd had dreams of going to art school, but times were hard for her family, and there was only one option: find a job. "Castle Bromwich were advertising for staff," said Eileen. "I wanted to work in the drawing office, but there were no vacancies. But they said they would be prepared to train me on what they called the cashier machines. This involved using what was called the Hollerith system, which was a very early form of punched card data processing, so I could help prepare the wages for their accounts section." Eileen was sent to a training centre in Birmingham to learn how to use the machines. For a 14-year-old going into the workplace, it was not the easiest of transitions. "I'd get home and cry at night because the supervisor was so strict it was terrible. 'Why are you looking at the clock?' That sort of thing all the time. But I managed to learn what was needed." Starting work at the huge factory site with its many separate noisy buildings was initially quite awesome. You clocked in each day and you had to show your passbook to get in. I kept mine, more as a reminder of myself at 14 than anything else. Never having had a job before, it seemed very strange at first, but of course actually working in a place where they were building these amazing Spitfires we'd read about in the papers was quite something. When I first went through the place and actually saw them all making the planes, the women all wearing turbans, singing at the tops of their voices, I thought, how can they work with all this noise? But she soon got used to it all. Eileen's working hours and accounts were 9 to 5 each day, plus Saturday morning, and the wage was 10 shillings a week. It went up, but slowly. One Christmas they gave us all extra money. I suppose it was some sort of productivity bonus. I found a white £5 note in my pay packet, which to me was incredible. I thought I was the richest person I knew. The threat of attack, however, was constant. One morning Eileen arrived at work to discover that one of the factory blocks had been hit in an air raid. A lot of people had been killed. We were issued with tin hats and told that if the alarm went off, to just get under the metal desks. They thought we wouldn't have time to get to the shelters if it was a sudden attack. Such was the concern about air attacks. At one stage, Eileen found herself evacuated with the other accounts people to work at Sutton Coalfield, a nearby suburb. A coach would take us from the factory each day to Far End, in the Four Oaks area, where there were lots of very big houses. About 50 of us would be bussed there every morning to do the work, and then they'd drive us back again in the evening. The work itself was monotonous, punching wages information onto a card that went into various sorting machines. My day would be spent pressing out numbers. I didn't think too much about the information, how much people earned. At that age, you're not particularly interested in that sort of thing. But the section where I worked was very friendly. There might be air raids, but you took it all in your stride. On weekends, there would be big dances organised for factory staff. Like so many vast munitions factories, it was essential for the workers to have some sort of entertainment and break from what was essentially a relentless working routine on the production line, with the ever-present threat of air raid warnings. There were always far more men than women at those dances, recalled Eileen. The place was always packed with servicemen, many of them based at nearby RAF Lichfield. So you'd start dancing with someone for a few steps,
Then there'd be a tap on the shoulder, with another one wanting to dance.
As routine as the day-to-day work was, being in the midst of such a huge enterprise engaged in building the Spitfires did carry with it a sense of pride in doing their bit.
You could see where the wings were being made in one section, the painting in another. Watching the planes being wheeled out to the airfield was the big thrill for all of us. If you were on your break, you might stand and watch them being tested, but you couldn't stop work just to watch them fly. We were all very well supervised. In those days, you did what you were told. Of course, like everyone else, I was hoping for the war to end. But when it did come, I realised the factory would be wound up. And then what would I do?
Eileen needn't have worried. With her wartime experience, it was easy to get another job in the account section of Joseph Lucas, a nearby car accessories firm. She worked there until she got married in 1951 and started a family. What always stood out most of all in Eileen's memory was the friendly camaraderie between all the workers.
It was a kind of fellowship, knowing we were all doing something so important. You'd walk through the factory and chat with people. Everyone seemed to get on. You never saw anyone rowing or getting upset, she recalled. Those ladies in their turbans singing at the top of their voices while they worked. It really was a fantastic atmosphere.
Take cover. Eileen kept an interdepartmental memo from Air Commodore R.H. Verney, retired RAF Director of Technical Development and a former First World War aviator. Dated the 29th of August 1940, the printed note was handed out to all workers in her section. It makes for interesting reading. Action to be taken in the event of a surprise air raid by day. A. The private alarm, buzzer, in each block will be sounded, and this will be the signal to take cover against a wall, machine tool, or under the bench, as convenient, but not to evacuate the block. B. In the case of any of the buzzers failing to act properly, or in the case of A and B blocks which are not yet provided with buzzers, the signal to take cover will be given by a series of long blasts on a whistle, given by the superintendent or foreman. C. The superintendent will then decide whether to evacuate the block or not. In this, he may be guided by information from the control office by seeing the probable scale of attack from outside, or both. If he decides to evacuate, he will give the signal with a series of short blasts on the whistle. D. He will keep one whistle himself and allot others to foremen and ARP wardens at his discretion. He will instruct them that they should be prepared to give the take cover signal on their own initiative on hearing the sound of a bomb explosion or any probable indication of attack. The above was explained with an aid of the loudspeaker van at a meeting of employees on the 24th of August at 2 p.m, at which the best method of avoiding injury with only partial cover was demonstrated, viz., to lie flat on the face with the palms of the hands closing the ears and the fingers clasped together round the neck. E. If the public alarm is sounded, this procedure will not apply and evacuation will proceed in the normal manner. But if circumstances in their opinion necessitate it, superintendents may apply it and give the take cover signal by whistles, delaying evacuation till they are satisfied that it can be carried out in reasonable safety.
Christine Haig's story.
Christine Haig didn't start her working life in an aircraft factory. She'd been working as a secretary for a stationery firm near her home in Washford Heath when she turned 18 in 1942. By that time, young unmarried women were being called up to work in some capacity for the war effort.
You got a letter from the government and you had to do it, she recalled. I was told I'd be working in an aircraft factory, but I had no idea at first what I was going to do. I'd just been promoted in my office job and I was earning £4 a week. At the factory I got £7 a week,
The women got £7 and the men got £14 a week. There were big blocks in the factory with hundreds working in each block. One section would be putting the metal skin onto the wings. It would be wheeled down on a trolley. Before we got them, the wings were up on gantries with 4 men working on them, riveting them. It was really noisy, what with all the riveting guns going on. Christine was teamed with another girl, working on the wings. Further down her production line, other girls would be working in pairs on smaller parts for the planes. Our work was on the curved edge of the wing that goes right to the tip. We had a metal strip to push inside the wing. The strip of metal was about 14 to 16 inches long. Men's hands are too big, but us girls could get our hands in. We had to drill it and screw it for extra strength on the side of the leading edge. Then, when we'd finished and it was taken from us, it was wheeled back to another department so that they could fasten the wing onto the body of the plane. Sometimes we'd do 12 or 14 in one day, and that was some going. It was really hard work getting the screws in if you'd never been used to it, but we were more or less left to it. We knew what we had to do once we got into the job, and we just carried on. The wings kept coming down to us, and we completed them. The girls worked from 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. during the week. Christine would leave home at 6 a.m. for a tram ride followed by a bus to the factory site. On Fridays, if they were short of planes, you were given an hour off and continued to work round the clock to 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. We didn't work nights and there wasn't a lot of bombing during the day, though the place was bombed at night a couple of times. 2 of my friends were killed at the factory, just the months before I started. There was a big brick shelter at the side of the factory, but to be honest, I don't think it would have been much good if they had bombed us. The factory site was very close to the Castle Bromwich aerodrome. Like Eileen Weston, Christine would sometimes see the completed planes being taken to the aerodrome. We'd watch them push them across the road. 8 men could push one quite easily, and when they reached the aerodrome, the test pilots would be waiting there. Everyone used to cheer as they pushed them across. Facing the road were about a dozen RAF houses, so the pilots could be on tap all the time. At the time, Christine was saving up to get married to her fiancé, Frank. He worked in a different factory. We'd been courting since I was 14. I'd pay me mum £3 a week out of my wages. The rest I'd put in the bank. Frank wasn't called up, but some of the younger men working in the factory were. Every so often you'd notice that one of the younger men you'd chat to would be missing because of the call-up. Then others would replace them and have to be taught how to do the work. Women workers in the factory were definitely a minority, but the general atmosphere was friendly. Some of the men working in the factory were my dad's age, so they looked after us. Yes, it was really hard work, but it was also enjoyable working there. You knew you were doing your bit for the war effort, and that was what mattered. Christine finished at Castle Bromwich in March 1945, just before war officially ended. I was getting married, and they were already cutting staff down. We helped build thousands of Spitfires at Castle Bromwich then, but I'm not at all surprised that the Spitfire continues to fascinate people. It's a marvellous plane. In 2014, Christine met some of the surviving Castle Bromwich test pilots at a big reunion at the Birmingham Museum. One of them kissed my hand, thanked me for what I'd done. They were a different breed. Real gentlemen. Miss Schilling's orifice. At the Royal Aircraft Establishment in Farnborough, tests were carried out in 1940 on a captured Luftwaffe fighter plane, an Me-109, just before the Battle of Britain. These tests showed that the German fighter plane had a huge advantage over the early Mark I Spitfires and Hurricanes. It could go into a sudden dive without losing power because its engine, the Daimler-Benz DB601, had fuel injection. This meant that in a dogfight, the German plane could escape quickly. Yet the British fighters could not chase the plane due to the carburettors in the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, which suffered sudden fuel loss when the pilot put the nose down in a power dive. At that point, the engine would temporarily cut out because of the effects of negative G flooding the carburettor with fuel. In such a situation, the only thing a Spitfire or Hurricane pilot could do was a half roll or turn the plane on its back to restore the flow of fuel. This required a degree of skill, and it also wasted time. Yet at that point, making swift changes to the carburettors of the fighters was a complex task. Frustratingly, despite all the testing of the Spitfires and Hurricanes prior to production, it had not been understood that sudden dives would play such a big part in combat. Throughout the battles of France and Britain, pilots would return from sorties to complain about the sudden engine cut-out. Lives were being lost too. How could the problem be solved without replacing the carburettors? Enter Miss Beatrice Schilling, a butcher's daughter from Waterlooville, Hampshire. At just 14, Tilly Schilling rode a Royal Enfield motorcycle, an unusual pastime for a young woman in the 1920s. An electrical engineering graduate at Manchester University, in an era when women very rarely chose such an option, she was one of just 2 female students studying engineering, Tilly joined the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough in their engine department just before war broke out. And it was her clear thinking and inventiveness that came up with a simple, elegant solution to the engine cut-out problem. Tilly devised a small metal disc with a hole in the middle, a flow restrictor that could be fitted into the Merlin engine's carburettor. This would limit fuel flow and allow the engine to keep going in a dogfight dive. Officially, it was called the RAE restrictor, but after Tilly and her team had visited frontline RAF fighter bases to fit the restrictor in the winter of 1941, grateful pilots dubbed her invention Miss Tilly's diaphragm, or the Tilly orifice. By March 1941, the Tilly restrictor had been installed throughout RAF Fighter Command, and its inventor entered RAF folklore. The Tilly orifice continued to be used as a temporary measure in the aircraft until a pressure carburettor was introduced in 1943. Schilling was awarded the OBE in 1948, and in subsequent years continued to indulge in her abiding passion for engines, racing both motorbikes and cars together with her husband, George Naylor, who also worked at the RAE. Tilly's work there continued in the Supersonics Division and the Guided Weapons Section. When she eventually retired in 1969, she held a senior post in the Mechanical Engineering Department. Even after retirement, she continued working on a consultancy basis for the aero industry, and in later life was often seen tearing around in her souped-up Triumph Dolomite Sprint. She died in November 1990, aged 81, an inspirational woman remembered with much gratitude by those in the aviation world who owed her so much.
Fleet were wrecked. Emmy Goering had left her jewellery in the house and was relieved when a servant found it among the wreckage. The Berghof had been gutted, and the great picture window that had delighted pre-war guests was no more than a hole in the wall. The bombs had killed 31 in their usual indiscriminate fashion, with local civilians and foreign slave workers, as well as SS troops, among the casualties. The raiders had suffered too. 2 Lancasters were brought down by flak. 1 crash-landed without casualties. Another, F. Freddy, from 619 Squadron, provided a last story of heroism from the RAF's war. With the machine fatally damaged, the Canadian pilot, Wilf DeMarco, ordered the crew to jump while he held the aircraft steady. 3 got out alive. The other 3 went down with the skipper. The bombers landed at their home bases between noon and 2 o'clock. Because of the battering it had received, Q Queenie was excused joining the queue of aircraft circling the base and given permission to land at once. Ron Adams made a smooth touchdown and taxied to dispersal, where they were met by the ground crew, eager to hear their adventures and dispensing cigarettes. After 8 hours without a smoke, Fred Whitfield remembered the first puff was pure nectar. When in bomber bases up and down the rest of England, the crew sat down to be debriefed by station intelligence officers, the same observation was repeated over and over. During the entire 8-hour trip, they had not seen a single German aeroplane. The exploit covered the front pages of the following day's newspapers. "Hitler's chalet wrecked" was the headline in the Times. The Daily Express lead announced, "Hitler bombed out 5-tonners right on der Führer's house," adding that Berchtesgaden was the target that every bomber pilot had longed to attack for nearly 6 years. Nobody asked why it had never been hit before now, nor was the military usefulness of the exercise questioned. The truth was that the Berghof had been mentioned frequently when target lists were being drawn up, but had always been rejected. Allied intelligence knew about the deep bomb shelters dug to protect the leadership and reckoned the negative publicity of a failed attempt to finish Hitler was not worth the effort. Later, the calculation changed. The fear now was that the bombers might succeed, and the defence of Germany would pass to the hands of someone more competent and rational. On 25th of April 1945, with Hitler's empire reduced to a few square miles in the heart of a burning city, there was less reason than ever to attack Berchtesgaden with such extravagant force. None was offered. The raid on Hitler's mountain retreat was an overwhelmingly British operation, in conception and execution, with American aircraft playing only a secondary role. Its purpose was thus symbolic, and the message was from Britain to the world. Hitler had started the war, and it was the British alone who had stood out against him. It had taken a great coalition to defeat him, but without that initial defiance, there might have been no victory. Smashing Berchtesgaden was a reminder of that truth. It was fitting that it was the Royal Air Force that delivered the blow.
They had dropped their bombs too short. There were dead and wounded. Among them was the excellent company commander Oberleutnant Eskin. Not long after that short pause, there suddenly rang out shouts of "Tanks! Tanks!" And for the first time in my life I heard the characteristic dull rumble, that unforgettable grinding noise of heavy tank engines. A scout car was the first to drive from the left through our lines. Unconcerned, he rattled on up the Savinki-Upoluzi road. When he got as far as the battalion command post, he was polished off with one shot from a 5-centimetre anti-tank gun. From my inactivity in the reserve, I was able to watch from the command post how the gunners let him approach, and then, from 30 metres range, let him have it, so that he lurched to a halt. With his hands in the air, a barefoot Russian smeared with blood and oil crept out. Our company commander told us a few days later that the prisoner said the Russians deployed entire families as tank crews. The husband was the driver, the wife aimed and fired the gun, and the adolescent son loaded the gun. You could well believe it. From the tongue of woodland where the 7th Company and my section had been, shortly after the scout car had been destroyed, a single Russian ran out with loud cries. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Kamerad, Kamerad," as if he himself wanted to desert to us, or wanted us to desert to his side. He held up one hand, gesticulating. But suddenly the older man pulled a hand grenade from his pocket, pulled out the pin, and held the grenade in the air. It exploded and mangled his hand. Thereupon he ran back into the woodland, wailing loudly. What he wanted remained a mystery to all of us. The Russians again mounted a frontal attack on the main fighting line with tanks and infantry. The tanks fired with their cannon and machine guns while we were under heavy mortar fire. In front they were shouting "Airey!" and were already breaking through. A runner came under the heaviest covering fire and reported what we had realized without him telling us, that the main fighting line could not be held. Oberleutnant Bayer, the commander, without waiting for orders from the battalion, decided to withdraw some 100 metres. On his order, the entire company ran across the short stretch of level ground. When they had reached the level of the command post, he too ran back, and I with him. The Oberleutnant, in a bleached summer tunic with a yellow-brown belt, knew that he presented a particularly good target to the enemy. He sprinted like a runner in a race, and had overtaken the company in no time. Behind us the tanks rattled up, firing with everything they had, while our men ran back in front of them. Where were the anti-tank guns? At the edge of a small hollow in which the company was then to take up position, the battalion commander, Kellhauer, stood erect, unmoving, and without cover. Only his moist eyes gave any sign of how moved he was. And then the words, "Bayer, lad, you can't just bolt with the lads." From his words there spoke the complete shock that German infantrymen had given up a position without higher orders and had given way to enemy pressure. The fact that it had happened in the form of a completely orderly withdrawal, and the men had immediately taken up positions again, altered nothing of that inconceivable fact. Hitherto there had never been such an event in the regiment's history. In December, facing Moscow, they had to withdraw, but that was following orders. Even so, the tears had run down Oberst Bürger's frozen cheeks, as those who were there tell with awe. While I was running back over the level ground, the right-hand pocket of my tunic had been shot through. Even in retrospect, that discovery sent a jolt of horror through my limbs, because in this pocket I was carrying 2 egg hand grenades. A tank shell had lacerated the company commander's breeches. A Feldwebel had had a grenade in his hand, shot through by a bullet, luckily without it hitting the detonator. The fire became heavier. It even compelled those who were tired to dig in hurriedly. The hollow at the edge of which we then found ourselves attracted the enemy mortar fire like a magnet. The strikes were good. For us, they were dangerously near. I was still standing in the open. Some 15 metres from me a shell hit a fully occupied foxhole. A Gefreiter with blonde hair and chalk-white face was somersaulted by the blast of the explosion some 5 or 6 metres out of the hole. All around the earth was spraying up with the shells exploding. There rang out the blood-curdling screams of a fatally wounded man crying for his mother. I used to think that was an invention of fiction writers. After a while, in obviously unbearable agony, he looked at Bayer and cried, "Herr Oberleutnant, shoot me!" Bayer, at other times never at a loss for words, shrugged his shoulders helplessly and turned away without a word. God Almighty, let it soon be evening, I thought. Unsure under the stress of being in the thick of events and under cover in the hollow, I could see nothing of the enemy. In the immediate main line of resistance, 50 metres further forward, I would have been able to survey the ground. I would have seen them attacking and breaking.
Chapter 3. In the Air. It took great courage, skill and tenacity to fly the Spitfire in combat, and the history of this great plane is full of moving and inspirational stories. In this chapter, Spitfire pilots from around the world recall enduring friendships and heartwarming reunions, near misses and Hollywood parties, and remember some of those who lost their lives. With their own important role to play in the Spitfire's success, the women of the WAAF and the pilots of the ATA look back at the often hazardous conditions they faced to ensure the planes were ready for flight. A premonition. Flight Lieutenant John F. Wilkinson was born in Northampton in 1923 and joined the RAF in 1941. He spent 4 years flying Spitfires with 41 Squadron and shot down 5 enemy aircraft.
Just like a bird. It was perhaps the one machine in that period most incredibly attuned to flight,
he recalled afterwards. In the later years of the war, 41 Squadron was assigned to high-altitude Lancaster bomber escort.
The long-distance flights to the Ruhr district and other targets in Germany with a 90-gallon belly tank were exciting events, recurring often. We flew top cover for the bombers. We were flying anywhere up to 35,000 feet, with no pressurized cabin and no heat, strapped in tight for 3 hours, sitting on a collapsed rubber dinghy with the consistency of concrete, and under it a parachute. It was hard to relate that to the comforts of home. Our oxygen was not a forced system, but rather used a regulator that provided oxygen on demand in accord with the altitude. In summer, flying over 30,000 feet was all right, but in winter, at temperatures of minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, it was very uncomfortable to say the least. We had electrically heated slippers in our flying boots, waistcoats and gloves. There wasn't room in the cockpit for the heavy wool-lined leather jackets and trousers that the bomber crews wore. We only wore those on the ground. I wore silk stockings, as many did, long woolen underwear, a wool sweater and wool battle dress. My grandmother had knitted long stockings of heavily treated seaman's wool, without feet, to fit inside my flying boots and cover my legs and hips. On my hands, first came thin chamois leather gloves, easier to remove if one got burned than electrically heated gloves, and finally, big standard-issue elbow-high leather gauntlets. Then, of course, we wore the Mae West life preservers, an inflatable vest-like jacket, when flying over water, which meant every flight from England to the continent, and sometimes even when just in proximity to the sea. In the pouch behind my head in the Mae West, I carried a tin of water, necessary if downed over land or water. In the tunic of my battle dress, there were 2 inside pockets, one on each side. In each one of those I carried a survival pack. The packs were curved plastic boxes, shaped to fit against the chest. Each pack contained a week's supply of high-energy, highly compressed food, water purification pills and bag, fishing line and hook, sewing needle and thread. In those days, trousers were held up with suspenders and buttons. If the buttons came off, one would be rather conspicuous walking about holding up one's trousers. 2 of the less critical buttons could be removed, and were designed such that when one was balanced on the spike in the middle of the other, they formed a compass, with small dots to indicate north and south, vital if one was downed and able to evade capture. In addition, I carried a thin rubberized pouch that contained silk maps and a small hand knife. The maps were printed on silk so they would not make noise if one was caught and patted down. Our flying boots were wool-lined, the shoe portion laced up and looked like an ordinary black walking shoe. The legging part of the boot contained a small knife that could be used to cut the stitching and remove it, making one less conspicuous during escape and evasion. I carried a large double-edged knife strapped to my shin with the handle above the legging part of my right boot. This was for easy access, should I have to bail out and get caught up in a tree. I could then, with great care, cut myself loose. Along with all this, I carried my standard-issue revolver and a pistol in a shoulder holster. Then, of course, there was the pilot's cloth helmet with built-in headphones and detachable oxygen mask with microphone. These got plugged in along with the electrically heated clothing after entering the cockpit. In the undesirable possibility of being downed, whether over enemy territory or rough seas, preparation can be the key to survival. I'm thankful I never had occasion to use these emergency devices.
After joining the RAF, Wilkinson had completed his early flight training in the US. In the first years of the war, there was an acute need to train new RAF pilots, and the UK was not considered suitable given the combination of enemy action, high operational traffic at UK airfields, and unpredictable weather, plus a shortage of training staff. As a consequence, air training agreements were made with the United States, Canada, and India. John Wilkinson had been sent to the Riddle Mackay Aero College, Clewiston, in Florida. While there, he became great friends with another student pilot, Alfred George Bunny Enrique, from Jamaica, then a British colony. Bunny had volunteered to join the RAF Volunteer Reserve in 1941, receiving his initial training at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, and at Clewiston, Florida after that. At 22, he had married Essie Silvera, and they had gone on to have 2 children, Kathleen in 1939 and Richard 2 years later. The friendship struck up by the 2 pilots was a strong one. Back in England, the pair managed to keep up the friendship, even though both were flying in different parts of the country. In the spring of 1944, Bunny was flying Avro Lancaster bombers with 630 Squadron, based at East Kirby in Lincolnshire. Wilkinson was then flying with 41 Squadron on the south coast of England. It was there that Wilkinson developed a strong desire to meet up with Bunny. Fortunately, he learned that there was a repaired Spitfire Mark IX that needed testing, and he was lucky enough to be given permission to test it and fly up to see Bunny.
I had a good visit with him, Wilkinson remembers. When I took off, he was standing by his Lancaster bomber.
Wilkinson circled once in his Spitfire as he made his farewell to Bunny.
And as I did so, I somehow knew he would be killed.
A few months later, on the 17th of August 1944, Flight Lieutenant Bunny Enrique flew an Avro Lancaster on a night bombing raid of the Baltic port of Stettin in Poland. The plane was intercepted by a German night fighter, broke up in the air, and crashed in pieces near Rysnau on the German-Polish border. At first it was recorded that the plane had been missing in action without a trace, but later the Red Cross learned from the German authorities that the plane had crashed. Wilkinson only discovered what had happened to his friend when Bunny's family wrote to him with the sad news.
They told me his small daughter, Kathleen, had woken in the night screaming, "Pray for Daddy."
Some time later, Wilkinson discovered that this had happened on the same night that Bunny was killed. Disaster struck Bunny's family again, just 3 days after Bunny's wife, Essie, had received a telegram telling her that her husband was missing in action. On the 20th of August, one of the strongest hurricanes of the 20th century hit Port Maria on the north coast of Jamaica, where Essie, her mother and children were living. As Bunny's son Richard, who became a successful architect, recounts,
when the hurricane hit, large sections of the roof of their house were gone. It was a terrifying experience. The metal roofing was torn off. Crockery was blown out of the cupboards and crashed onto the floor. When the winds finally died down, there were dead fish everywhere, and hundreds of trees flattened.
Essie was devastated, her husband lost, her home destroyed. Yet she had to carry on somehow.
At the end of 1944, soon after it had been confirmed that Bunny was dead, Essie received a life-changing letter from Frank Enrique, Bunny's first cousin. She already knew him well. Here she was, a young widow, her home in ruins, 2 small children to care for, and here was someone who cared for her deeply and appeared to be offering her a new life.
They married 2 years later and emigrated to Vancouver, Canada.
My mother and Frank went on to have 3 children. 4 of the family of 5 children remained in Canada. 1 went to live in the US. On the 17th of August 1994, I travelled to my father's grave in Poland.
Richard learned that the bodies of his father and the crew of 7 men had initially been brought by horse-drawn cart from the crash site and buried in the churchyard at the village of Rysnau. They were later transferred to the old garrison military cemetery at Poznań, Poland. 50 years later, all that my mother could say was, I was very young when I asked her about how she felt about his decision to leave us and go to war. If she harboured any resentment, she never expressed it, says Richard. I have no recollection of him at all. while my sister Kathleen carries a dim image of being lifted out of or put into a car by him in the garage at our grandparents' home. There's no doubt that I grew up with a large hole in my life, a tangible, though until recently unrecognised sense of loss. A sense of loss expressed verbally for the first time on the 17th of August 1994, as I confronted my father's grave in Poland and said, "I missed you, Daddy. I missed you." John Wilkinson died on the 2nd of February 2017, aged 94. Survival in the Balkans. Flying Officer Richard Day joined the RAF in 1940 and had a distinguished war career flying Spitfires and Hurricanes in England and across the Mediterranean with 253, Hyderabad State Squadron. In July 1944, he was posted to Termoli on the Adriatic coast of Italy, part of the recently formed Balkan Air Force set up to assist Marshal Tito's pro-communist partisans in attacking long-range targets in Albania, Yugoslavia and Greece, and provided increased supplies and tactical air support for the partisans. Day's squadron was equipped with Spitfire 5s and later 8s and 9s. In October 1944, Day was wounded by an intense burst of small arms fire through the aircraft's cockpit canopy, but he quickly recovered and returned to operations the following month. Then, on the 26th of February 1945, while attacking a motor transport convoy in the area of Bosnovi in the former Yugoslavia, now known as Novigrad in Bosnia and Herzegovina on the border with Croatia, his Spitfire was hit in the glycol tank, again by small arms fire. The attack took place in a valley, and the Spitfire was hit when flying at virtually ground level. Day pulled hard on the control column to climb as quickly as possible out of the valley. He tried to attain height at least 500 feet above the surrounding mountain peaks. But because the radiator temperature was now going off the clock, there remained only one thing to do: bail out. He called his number 2, Warrant Officer Peter Blythe, disconnected his radio plug, jettisoned the hood, selected full forward on the aircraft trim, held back the control column against the force exerted by the trim tab, and undid his cockpit straps. As he shot out of the cockpit, one leg caught on the harness, but Day managed to kick himself free. Out he went. Away from the engine and the slipstream, there followed a few seconds of absolute silence before he pulled the parachute ripcord. The canopy quickly opened, and he gently dropped to earth, landing very quickly amongst the snow-covered mountains. Using his commando knife, he managed to cut shrouds from the canopy, intending to use them for cover and to wrap around himself for warmth. Then he started to make his way westward through the snowy terrain. He had been trained to handle appalling mountain conditions prior to his commencing ground attack operations over the area. In daylight hours he mostly hid in slits in the rocks, wrapped in the canopy with snow for his front door. Only at night would he trudge forward as best he could. There always seemed to be sufficient light to make some progress. There was, he knew, a chance that he might encounter any one of the 3 main groups who were fighting in the area. If he encountered a partisan group, the communist-led resistance to the Axis powers in German-occupied Yugoslavia, known as the People's Liberation Army, commanded by Marshal Tito, he knew he'd probably find safety and shelter, since the Tito group were largely considered to be safe and helpful. A second anti-German group, known as the Chetniks, a Serbo-Croatian nationalist movement led by General Mihailovic and his followers, might be friendly, but he couldn't be certain. The third group in the area were the German-trained Ustasha. They were to be avoided at all costs. Croatian nationalists who promoted genocide against Serbs, Jews and Romani people and had already slaughtered hundreds of thousands. Day had a small supply of food with him: Horlicks tablets and chocolate. For water, he resorted to melting snow. He navigated by the stars, kept to the mountain area and stayed away from the valleys. After 4 days trekking, he awoke one morning to find himself looking into the barrel of a Tommy gun held by a partisan. One of Tito's group, thankfully. There were 5 men, none spoke English, yet the word RAF seemed to mean something to them. The airmen travelled with the partisans along the mountain tracks. At night, the group slept around a central fire in deserted stone shelters, shepherds' summertime huts. Soon they were joined by another group of about 15, including 2 female soldiers, all armed with rifles and submachine guns of the MP40 type. Their food consisted of meatballs with garlic, rough bread, and a thin soup with dumplings. Day spent 3 days trekking with the partisan group on foot and horseback, until they reached a British military mission, number 37, where 2 British Army personnel, an officer and an NCO, were located in a house overlooking a disused airstrip. Their equipment included a radio set, and they made a daily radio call to Bari, Italy at 6 p.m. Whilst Day was in their care, the mission benefited from a supply airdrop, including a small flagon of rum, Nelson's Blood. At breakfast there was real spam and eggs, traded with locals in return for English or American cigarettes. The mission was not detected by German aircraft, and after 5 days a message from Bari came through. A Dakota was on its way to pick Day up. On departing from the airstrip, there was a small satisfaction. Spitfires from his own squadron 253 were there to escort the Dakota back to base. A week or so later, after interrogation and delousing, he was back on operational flying. In August 1945, Richard Day was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. Afterwards, he joined his father's flour milling and animal feeds business in Boston, Lincolnshire, married Margaret Hodder, and had 4 children. He died in Boston, aged 86, on the 21st of April, 2010. A WAF's terrifying experience. On the ground, Spitfires required great skill and special handling. Due to the big, powerful engine, the plane was nose-heavy. So prior to flight, when the pilot opened the throttle to check the magnetos, oil pressure, engine temperature, pneumatic systems, oxygen and other systems, it was necessary to have a ground crew member lay on the tail to keep the plane from nosing over. Early Spitfires needed 1 ground crew member, but later more powerful Spitfires required up to 4 ground crew members to keep the plane steady. Flight Lieutenant John F. Wilkinson recalled one memorable incident he witnessed early in the war.
The pilot, with a WAAF, Women's Auxiliary Air Force member, lying on his tail, began running his pre-flight check without waiting for the WAF to dismount, forgetting she was there.
The Women's Auxiliary Air Force, WAAF, was the female auxiliary of the RAF during the Second World War. Formed in June 1939, initially the women's roles were driving, cooking and clerical work. However, as war progressed and more women joined, WAAF women's roles developed considerably, and they became involved in mechanics, engineering, and a number of more skilled roles, including interception of codes. In the early war years, they were frequently required to work with ground crews engaged in pre-flight checks. Respect for the enemy. It would have been a poignant sight, that spring of 1940. A fair-haired young English RAF pilot, quietly praying in a half-empty church in the medieval town of Bar-le-Duc, near Verdun in north-eastern France. It was the time of the Phoney War, lasting from the 3rd of September 1939 until the 10th of May 1940. When Germany invaded France and the Low Countries, a coastal region of Western Europe consisting of the Netherlands, Belgium, and the low-lying area of the Rhine, the young man, Paul Ritchie, was already a veteran of aerial combat at 24 and an extraordinary hero. He had shot down 6 German planes in a series of No. 1 squadron patrols in the initial campaign in northern France between March to May 1940, returning to his squadron base at Vassincourt, northeastern France, in his Hawker Hurricane each time. On the 11th of May he was shot down. He managed to bail out, but suffered concussion. Yet he returned to operational flying as soon as possible. Ritchie flew his last patrol of the phony war on the 19th of May, after downing his 3rd HE-111, hit by a burst of fire from a bomber's rear gunner. He managed to crash land in a field near Amiens with a serious bullet wound to the neck. He spent a month recovering in a Paris hospital, only to return to England to discover he'd been awarded a DFC, Distinguished Flying Cross, a military decoration awarded to RAF personnel for acts of courage, valour or devotion to duty while flying operations against the enemy. So why was he praying that day in France? As he was to reveal the following year in a book he wrote chronicling his months as a fighter pilot in the Battle of France, as it came to be known later, he was a religious man who had great respect and admiration for the courage of others, even the enemy. The book, called Fighter Pilot, gave a detailed insight into the world of those who flew the early Hurricanes, written while Ritchie was recuperating from his bullet wound. It was published to great acclaim in 1941 and went on to become a bestseller. It is still in print today. The first ever account of aerial combat, written by an RAF fighter pilot. Although Ritchie admitted that he'd received a savage thrill when shooting down German planes, he wrote of the German and British fighter pilots' mutual respect, too. Every time he knew he'd downed another pilot in battle, he felt compelled to find a local church and pray for them.
My father was a Catholic, and this was very important to him throughout his life,
explained his son Simon.
After a battle where he may have been responsible for a death, he would find a local church and say a prayer for the dead man and his family. If he couldn't find a church that was open, he'd just kneel outside and say his prayers.
Ritchie's RAF wartime career continued after the publication of his book. In the spring of 1941, he was finally fit enough to return to operational flying with 609 Squadron at Biggin Hill, where he would spend 4 months and complete 53 missions across the Channel. His commander there was his lifetime friend, Michael Mickey Robinson, DFC DSO. For Ritchie, the return to operational flying meant he'd now be flying Spitfires. He was not familiar with the Spitfire, so he was somewhat apprehensive about the change when he first arrived at Biggin Hill. It was Mickey Robinson who provided reassurance.
The Bishop, Flying Officer John Bisdee, took me up to the aerodrome in his little grey Austin to show me over the controls of a Spitfire, Ritchie recalled of that time. Having been a Hurricane pilot for 2 years, I knew little about the Spitfire and had seldom even seen one. I also had the Hurricane pilot's conversion. I never hoped to fly a better fighter. This was perhaps understandable, for although an older machine than the Spitfire, the Hurricane had been well tried in peacetime. It had done magnificently in the battles of France and Britain and had shot down far more enemy aircraft than the Spitfire. My own battles had been fought in the Hurricane. I had every confidence in it, and I was thoroughly at home in one and as one piece. I therefore approached my first Spitfire with a certain amount of distaste. I had seen them flying and admitted I had seen few prettier aircraft. But on the ground, to my biased eye, the Spitfire looked knock-kneed, flimsy and rather silly. It lacked the robust strength of my beloved Hurry. I had to admire its superior lines in flight. Then she really did look a thoroughbred. As we walked over to get my flying helmet from the dispersal hut, the Bish gave me 1 or 2 tips regarding boost pressure, speeds for lowering undercarriage and flaps, trimming for takeoff, starting up and so on. Then, once seated in the cockpit, I buckled on my parachute harness and fighting harness, closed the small side door, started up, ran the engine up, waved the chocks and airmen away, and taxied out to the downwind end of the runway in use. I flew 3 circuits and landings and some mild aerobatics, none of which I enjoyed. I found the elevators too sensitive, the ailerons too stiff, the nose too long and too high, the cockpit cramped and the vision restricted. The only thing I liked was the layout of the cockpit. The aeroplane flew all right, but the thought of fighting in it I relished not at all. I taxied in, feeling worried and disappointed, wondering whether it was the plane or me that was wrong. Mickey was there to meet me. "How'd you like it?" he asked with a smile. "Not much," I said glumly. "Don't worry, old boy," he said. "I felt exactly the same after I'd come off Hurricanes, but after I'd done about 20 hours I wouldn't change it for anything. You'll see."
Many years later, Paul reflected on the Spitfire and his own experience flying it, saying,
"Every aeroplane is a compromise between what the designer wants out of it and the operational needs. Some have good climb at the expense of something else, strength probably, because they have to make it light and have some manoeuvrability at the expense of speed, because it won't manoeuvre well if it's a very fast plane. The Spit was a good compromise. It had its faults like all aeroplanes, and it had very sensitive elevators. However, the ailerons were very soggy. In some aircraft you could whip very quickly into a turn, but in the others you couldn't. But the Spitfire made up for it in many other ways."
Later in 1941, Paul Ritchie was posted to Fighter Command before being posted back to 609 Squadron, Duxford, as its commanding officer in June 1942. But personal tragedy was never very far away. In April 1942, Mickey Robinson, his close school friend and brother-in-law, Ritchie had married Robinson's sister, Teresa, in the winter of 1939, failed to return from a sweep, and his Spitfire was reported lost over the Channel. He was just 24. Following postings as wing commander to the Far East and India, Ritchie, who had suffered severe sinusitis at one stage, was invalided home in February 1944. After some time in hospital, he took up a post in SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, before ending the war at HQ RAF 2nd Tactical Air Force. For a short period post-war, he worked for the Daily Express as air correspondent, then later worked for BP. He was awarded the DFC and Bar as well as the DSO, Distinguished Service Order. The DSO was awarded for distinguished service by officers of the armed forces in wartime, typically in combat. Bar means that the medal has been won again. A bar is awarded, rather than a second medal for the same honour. Ritchie was also awarded the Belgian and French Croix de Guerre. He died in 1989, aged 72.
Like a lot of fighter pilots who survived, what they'd lived through was such a profound experience that the war was never terribly far away,
said Simon Ritchie.
My parents divorced just after the war. We saw my father frequently as he lived near us, but I was brought up by my mother. So as I grew up, the story of my father's book was pretty well known to me. At one stage, I was about 13 when we went to France with him, and he visited some of the aerodromes where he'd been posted during the war. As a schoolboy, it seemed rather exciting, though of course what made my family even more of an RAF family is that my Uncle Mickey was very young when he died.
Paul Ritchie didn't talk obsessively or in great detail about the war.
He certainly wasn't garrulous on the subject, but of course the book told us a great deal about what he'd done. He was a brave man and a naturally gifted writer. And his Catholicism was very important to him, right until his death.
There was just one wordless gesture, typical of so many who had flown or worked with Spitfires or other warplanes.
If I was with him, whenever a plane flew overhead, he would just stop and look up to the sky.
Sandals with wings. The war in Europe was almost over when 23-year-old Harry Ledger stepped inside a Spitfire Mark V for his first ever solo flight. Yet the conflict in the Far East was raging on, and Harry would still be flying Spitfires in terrifyingly dangerous missions in the very last hours of the Second World War. As a toddler, Ledger would send notes up the chimney to Father Christmas.
"Please can I have a pair of winged sandals?"
the Oldham schoolboy would write, referring to the stories his father would often read to him about Hermes, the Greek god. His dream of flying, however, seemed increasingly unlikely as he grew up. He'd be joining the family law firm, following in his father's footsteps. By 1939, when war broke out, Ledger was an 18-year-old law student at Manchester University, studying while on deferred service until he got his law degree in 1941. By then he was firmly determined to fly, despite strong parental opposition. His father wanted to see his son join the firm and take up a less hazardous role when he joined the armed services. Yet when Ledger took his call-up papers to the Labour Exchange in Rochdale, he was asked if he was interested in aircrew. His response was a resounding yes, despite all his father's misgivings. He signed up to join the RAF without telling his parents he'd be training to fly.
"I think all lads then wanted to fly, really,"
Ledger recalled. His RAF career started in February 1943.
"First I was in London for 6 weeks. Then I was posted to the initial training wing in Cambridge. By June 1943, I got into my first Tiger Moth at grading school near Leicester,"
he explained. Then came his first solo flight in a Harvard, while stationed in Salisbury, Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia. By this time, he had written to his family and told them he was flying.
"Until then, I'd been so excited about what I was doing. It was only when my roommate got killed in an exercise while we were training there that I realised how dangerous the training could be."
Soon after, another young man was killed in training. He had not managed to pull out of a dive.
"But we all just had to get on with it. It was war."
Harry was at the RAF Operational Training Unit at Fayed, Egypt, for his first ever Spitfire solo training flight on the 30th of November 1944.
We'd been flying Harvards until then, a 2-seater trainer, and the controls were similar to the Spit. The propeller was adjustable from the cockpit, so there I was, sitting on my parachute, strapped in, and the engine started, ready for takeoff. I taxied up to the end of the runway. In a way, it was similar to the Harvard, and we set off.
By that point, Harry had 200 hours flying time under his belt.
Flying it didn't seem that different. Raising the undercarriage was a bit of a problem, but it was only when I came into land that it got trickier. There was a notice in the cockpit telling you not to put the undercarriage down if the speed was more than 120 miles per hour. So I shut everything down. But it didn't seem to stop. It was so streamlined it was as if you were floating along. It was that difficult to get it to slow down. But I wasn't nervous at any point. You'd been taught a method of checking what you should do prior to landing, and sure enough, I came down safely.
A week later, Ledger was told to fly another Mark V up to 20,000 feet and check the oxygen supply.
But I didn't get round to that. I got up to 10,000 feet and the engine stopped. I didn't panic. I put the nose down a bit, thinking perhaps it would get going again, but it didn't.
Harry called up ground control with a mayday call to say the engine had stopped. The call was acknowledged.
I'd practised forced landings many times, so I pointed the plane towards the aerodrome. I was so at one with the Spitfire then, I was pretty sure I could do it. "I'll have to land downwind," I told control, and I was able to land it safely. I didn't really know why the engine had stopped. I was told afterwards it might have been because the engine had backfired through the carburettor and damaged the flame traps. I certainly didn't want to bail out if I could help it.
After Fayed, Ledger was sent to Karachi, then Bombay, then Pune in western India. At Pune they were equipped with Mark 9s. These new models had a better rate of climb, and the engine was more powerful. It also had a 4-bladed propeller, instead of the 3-blade like the Mark 5. But the main thing was that it went up quicker. In May 1945, Harry joined 155 Squadron, a fighter squadron that served in India and over Burma. Germany had just surrendered, and the war in Europe was formally over. But the fight against the Japanese continued.
In Pune, we went to jungle school, learning how to survive if we got shot down. The training finished with a 40-mile trek in extreme heat a couple of days before we got back to the station.
Harry was also instructed to practice dive bombing in the Spitfire from 5,000 feet using smoke bombs.
One of the men training with me was killed during the training. He passed out while doing the dive,
he recalled. The final days of the war saw Harry engaged in defensive missions in the Burmese jungle.
By then, in the last months of the Burma campaign, each Spitfire had a 500-pound bomb. We were told to drop our bombs onto the Japanese, but I never saw any Japanese, only the trees. But I followed the rest of the squadron and dropped mine where the others had dropped theirs. The bombs had a 7-second delay on them, so you could get out the way. Those were the orders.
In August 1945, the atom bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and on the 2nd of September, the Japanese surrendered.
We didn't realise it was all over at the time. We were on a troop ship, but by the time the ship reached Singapore, we'd learned it was all over. Oh, we had a marvellous time celebrating. It was my birthday, too. There was always that feeling of, how will the war end, in the background. So when it did, it was a great release.
Harry continued to fly Dakotas to transport the troops back home, until he finally left the RAF in 1946 and returned to Oldham and the family firm. He married his wife, Jean, in 1957. Their daughter Nancy went on to follow the family tradition too, and is still a conveyancing solicitor. It might have been somewhat brief, but Harry Ledger could be justifiably proud of his time with the Spitfires and 155 Squadron. He was awarded a Burma Star, given to those who were in operational service in the Burma campaign from 1941 to 1945.
I've kept my logbook, and I got a green endorsement, a commendation, for that incident when the Spitfire's engine cut out. The ink's getting a bit faint now. Those Spitfire memories, however, have been as vivid as if it all happened last week.
A black attaché case.
In the Polish collection at RAF Northolt, there's a display featuring a small black leather attaché case. It is worn. The handle has been repaired with wire. The briefcase was issued to my father, Franciszek Kornicki, as a young cadet at the Polish Air Force Academy in Delblin, Poland, in 1937, explained Richard Kornicki.
CBE, chairman of the Polish Air Force Memorial Committee. Franciszek Kornicki flew Spitfires in 315 Squadron and in 317 Squadron. After the Battle of Britain, he commanded 317 Squadron, the youngest Polish Air Force commander.
My father was in the last cohort to complete the 3-year course in 1939, just before Hitler's invasion of Poland. By the end of the war, half of those who graduated with him were dead. When my father flew in defence of Poland, the black briefcase was under his seat in an open cockpit. When Stalin invaded from the east, my father escaped into Romania to continue the fight from elsewhere, the case his only possession. Avoiding internment in Romania, he escaped by sea to Marseille, flying in the Allied cause until France capitulated. He was evacuated from Saint-Jean-de-Luz, finally arriving in Liverpool, with the same small black briefcase containing nothing much more than just a change of clothes and some papers. The case stayed with him throughout his wartime career, which culminated as officer commanding 317 Squadron, and then post-war in the RAF, then in civilian life and finally in retirement as a trustee of the Polish Air Force Association. That simple leather case encapsulates most of my father's adult life. It is also a physical reminder of the odyssey which he and thousands of other Polish airmen made as they fought za wolność waszą I naszą, for our freedom and yours. At every point on that journey, that attaché case was present. It is a witness. It serves to remind people of an extraordinary story, not unique to my father, but experienced by thousands of Poles when war began on the 1st of September 1939, not the 3rd of September, whose role in the air war in Britain was critical, the Polish 303 Squadron being the highest-scoring squadron in the Battle of Britain, who were banned by the British government from participating in the 1946 Victory Parade for fear of offending Stalin, and whose war did not finally end until communism fell and Poland was once again free, long after peace in the West. Those of us who have enjoyed the peace they fought for owe them much. But it is a debt simply paid by remembering their comrades who never lived to see Germany defeated or communism collapse, by remembering those who carried injuries for the rest of their lives, by remembering simply that when the RAF flew to defend this country, the Polish Air Force flew with them. Franciszek Kornicki was passionate about flying Spitfires. You didn't actually fly a Spit, you wore it. It responds so instinctively to your every wish. You only have to think what you want to do, and already the aircraft does it for you.
The Polish pilots. The first Polish pilots reached Britain on the 8th of December 1939, arriving in Eastchurch, Kent, after their departure from France 2 days earlier. More large transports followed, and by early June 1940, 2,164 air personnel had arrived in Britain and been assigned to various squadrons. France's capitulation on the 25th of June 1940 forced the Polish armed forces, alongside other Allied troops, to withdraw their units to Britain. A further 6,220 Polish air personnel reached Britain by the end of July 1940, increasing the total of Polish airmen on British soil to 8,384. Exhausted Polish servicemen, tired of being defeated by the Germans, looked upon Britain with great anticipation and named it the Island of the Last Hope. On their part, the British, like the French before them, accepted as truth the German propaganda about Polish ineptitude in resisting the German-Soviet invasion, and were doubtful about the flying skills of the Polish pilots. Flight Lieutenant John A. Kent, who was posted to No. 303 Polish Fighter Squadron during the Battle of Britain, wrote in his memoirs,
"All I knew about the Polish Air Force was that it had lasted about 3 days against the Luftwaffe, and I had no reason to suppose that they would shine any more brightly operating from England."
It soon became clear to the British that the Poles were extremely skilled pilots. A total of 145 experienced and battle-hardened Polish airmen fought in the Battle of Britain. 79 airmen in various RAF squadrons, 32 in No. 302 Polish Fighter Squadron, and 34 in No. 303 Polish Fighter Squadron. Polish pilots serving in all RAF squadrons achieved a remarkable score of 203.5 destroyed, 35 probables, and 36 damaged. Other sources give 131 kills, as there is generally variation in figures for claimed kills. The entire RAF score was lowered from 2,692 to 1,733 aircraft destroyed, due to the discrepancy between British and German official figures. Such a feat had a price, and 29 Polish pilots lost their lives in combat during the Battle of Britain. Commander-in-Chief of Fighter Command, Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, once so reluctant to allow Polish pilots into battle, summarised their contribution in the most telling way.
"Had it not been for the magnificent work of the Polish squadrons and their unsurpassed gallantry, I hesitate to say that the outcome of battle would have been the same."
In June 1941, the Polish pilots started to train on Spitfires. Throughout the war, the Polish Air Force continued to serve alongside the RAF. Their contribution to the war against Nazi Germany was significant, although achieved at a very heavy price. The 1,903 killed are commemorated at the Polish War Memorial at RAF Northolt, where 3 Polish squadrons had been based during wartime.
"It was an all-Polish station, so quite unique in the Second World War," recalled Richard Kornicki. "My father always said Northolt was his second home. The mess there was so important. It was the only home they had."
The Polish fighter pilots became well known throughout the war. International journalists flocked to airfields to write about their exploits. Waiters refused to take payments for their meals in restaurants. Bar owners paid for their drinks, and bus conductors allowed them free journeys. Quentin Reynolds, a well-known American war correspondent, dubbed the Polish airmen
"the real glamour boys of England"
in the magazine Collier's Weekly, an apt reflection of the hero worship attitude the British public had developed towards them. Such was the celebrity surrounding the Polish fighter pilots, the 315 Squadron airmen were eventually adopted by society hostess and former Hollywood movie star Lady Jersey, the Countess of Richmond. She was the American actress Virginia Cherrill, who had been married briefly to actor Cary Grant, before marrying George Child Villiers, the 9th Earl of Jersey, in 1937. At the couple's grand country house, a few miles from RAF Northolt, Osterley Park and House, Lady Jersey became known as the Polish squadron's mother.
She would invite them to functions at other grand houses to meet her friends, and the lodge in the grounds of Osterley House was permanently stocked with everything the men would need. So a pilot could have a totally relaxed and comfortable time while on brief leave, explained Richard Kornicki. The Poles did 2 things that stunned young English girls. They would turn up on a date with flowers, and they would kiss their hand, said Richard Kornicki. So widely known was the Polish pilot's reputation for gallantry towards the fair sex, there was a much-bandied joke at the time
that some British pilots even pretended to be Polish. Apparently their pick-up line was, "I am a Polish aviator. Please have a drink with me. I am very lonely." After the war, some of the Polish airmen settled in Britain and continued their service in the RAF, mostly as flight instructors. Others decided to return to Poland, by then under Soviet occupation. This often had very serious consequences. The communist regime, distrustful towards ex-servicemen of the Polish armed forces in the West, barred them from flying in the Polish Air Force and in numerous cases imprisoned them on trumped-up espionage charges. One of the most drastic cases was of Wing Commander Stanislaw Skalski, the top Polish scorer of the war, who spent 8 years in prison after initially being sentenced to death. It was not until Stalin's death in 1953 that most of the airmen were able to regain their ranks and serve again in the Polish Air Force. The Lucky Kiwi. Alan Deer was born in Auckland, New Zealand, in December 1917. He was working as a law clerk in Whanganui when he joined the RAF in 1937, and after training was posted to 54 Squadron at RAF Hornchurch. In May 1940, when his squadron was assigned to cover the evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force from Dunkirk, Deer destroyed 6 Luftwaffe planes in the course of just 1 week and was shot down himself, returning to base 19 hours later, after hitching a ride on a boat across the channel. For this he was awarded the DFC, Distinguished Flying Cross, presented to him by King George VI in June 1940. Yet this was only the beginning of Deer's extraordinary record. During the Battle of Britain, Deer's squadron was part of No. 11 Group, the first RAF Fighter Command group to be formed, responsible for the air defence of southern England, including London. Commanded by another New Zealander, Air Vice Marshal Keith Park, No. 11 Group bore the brunt of the German aerial assault against London and the south east. Between July and September 1940, Deer shot down another 8 planes, earning him another DFC bar in the process. Yet he came very close to losing his life in that period. In July 1940, Deer's squadron was scrambled to intercept an enemy formation near Dover. They discovered a group of Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters escorting a seaplane sent to undertake pre-invasion surveys of the English coast. Deer's section immediately engaged the fighter escort, and the New Zealander quickly sent a Bf-109 down in flames. He was manoeuvring to attack another fighter when a German plane suddenly headed straight for him. Locked in a deadly game of chicken, neither pilot gave way, and the aircraft collided, badly damaging Deer's engine. Unable to bail out and with his cockpit filling with smoke, he managed to head inland and crash land. His Spitfire came to rest in the middle of a cornfield, and he managed to smash his way out before the plane burst into flames. He walked away with minor cuts and burns, and was back on patrol the very next day. A few weeks later, Alan Deer was shot down again. He'd pursued a Bf-109 across the channel and shot it down near Calais, only to be attacked by 5 German fighters. Outnumbered, he was able to evade his pursuers long enough to reach the English coast, but was forced to bail out of his bullet-ridden Spitfire.
Bullets seemed to come from everywhere, and pieces flew off my aircraft. Never did it take so long to cross the channel. Then my Spitfire burst into flames, so I undid my straps and eased the stick back to gain height before bailing out. Turned my machine on its back and pushed the stick hard forward. I shot out a few feet, but somehow became caught up. Although I twisted and turned, I could not free myself. The nose of my aircraft had now dropped and was pointing at the ground, which was rushing up at an alarming rate. Then suddenly I was blown along the side of the fuselage and was clear. A hurried snatch at the ripcord and, with a jolt, the parachute opened.
As the Luftwaffe raids over England intensified in late August 1940, Dear and fellow New Zealanders Colin Gray, later group captain, and Johnny Gibson, later squadron leader, quickly established themselves as a trio of outstanding fighter pilots. Moreover, Dear's run of good luck continued to hold. On the 28th of August 1940, he was forced to bail out over the Kent countryside, landing in the middle of a fully laden plum tree, much to the annoyance of a local farmer. 3 days later, 54 Squadron's airfield at Hornchurch was bombed, just as Dear was preparing to take off. Shrapnel tore off a wing and the propeller of his Spitfire, flipping the aircraft over and sending it sliding along the airfield upside down. Dear was dragged out by another pilot, who promptly collapsed and had to be carried to safety, by none other than Dear. Rested in December 1940, Dear had a spell as an operations room controller before returning to operational duty in May 1941 with 602 Squadron. Based in Scotland, he was one of the pilots scrambled on the 10th of May to investigate reports of a lone German plane flying towards Glasgow. He did not make contact with the aircraft, which later made a forced landing on the outskirts of the city. Later it was revealed that the pilot was Deputy Nazi Party leader Rudolf Hess. Hess, whose real motives for flying to Scotland in the middle of the war remained somewhat baffling, was imprisoned and eventually sent for trial at Nuremberg in 1946, where he was found guilty for crimes against peace and conspiracy with other German leaders to commit crimes. He took his own life in August 1987, aged 93, in Spandau prison. In January 1942, Dear embarked on a short tour of the USA to teach fighter tactics to American pilots. 3 months later, he took command of a Canadian Spitfire squadron, before being posted to RAF Biggin Hill in February 1943 as wing leader. Over the next 6 months he led 121 sorties and earned the DSO, Distinguished Service Order. He went on to command the Free French Fighter Wing through D-Day and the liberation of France before returning to staff duty in England. He finished the war as New Zealand's second highest scoring air ace, behind Colin Gray, with 22 confirmed victories, 10 probable and 18 damaged. The Battle of Britain. In 1940, Hitler sent 2,600 Luftwaffe fighters and bombers to destroy the Royal Air Force. At the start of the battle, the RAF had 640 fighter planes, Hurricanes and Spitfires, and Luftwaffe Commander-in-Chief Hermann Göring confidently predicted victory within a few days. Britain stepped up production of fighter planes. The Hurricanes, with sturdy frames, took on the German bombers. The Mark I Spitfires, with superior speed and agility, were sent up to shoot down German fighters. At the start of the battle, 19 squadrons of RAF Fighter Command were equipped with Spitfires. By the end of the battle, the better organised and led RAF had defeated the Luftwaffe and downed 1,887 German planes. The RAF had lost 1,023 fighter planes, 376 bombers, with 148 from Coastal Command also lost, a total of 1,547. In May 1945, Dear was awarded an OBE and continued to have a prestigious post-war career, including service as aide-de-camp to Queen Elizabeth II in 1962. The lucky Kiwi had become the Queen's man. He died in September 1995, aged 77. Fittingly, his ashes were scattered over the River Thames. From a Spitfire, of course. Tip 'em up, Terry. Terry Spencer was born in Bedford in 1918. After an engineering degree at the University of Birmingham, he joined the Royal Engineers in 1939, only to transfer to the RAF in 1941. After training, he was posted to his first operational unit, 26th Squadron at Gatwick, in November 1942. In June 1943, he was promoted to Flight Commander of the unit, and 4 months later to Flight Lieutenant, WS. He started flying Spitfires at the end of that year. In December 1943, I achieved my ambition to get onto Spitfires, the most beautiful aircraft in the world and the most wonderful to fly. On my very first operation as a number 2 to the commanding officer at 165 Squadron, I crash-landed at Ford as my undercart failed to lock down. Little down. Chapter 4. On the Ground. It was hard work and long days, but the ground crew of the RAF kept the Spitfires in the air throughout the war. From cleaning and servicing the aircraft, to repairs and refuelling, to dealing with constant air raids and extremely basic living quarters. The aircraft men and women worked tirelessly to keep their kites in top condition and ready for battle. In these compelling stories, we get a sense of their commitment and focus, but also the pride of those that worked with the Spitfire pilots to ensure victory for the Allied forces. How to clean a Spitfire. Edward Ted Sadler was 20 when he responded to a newspaper advertisement to join the RAF in January 1941. After training, he became a Group 1 tradesman, Fitter 2A, rank AC1, and was delighted to receive his very first posting as a flight mechanic to RAF Benson, Oxfordshire, just 9 miles from his home. I didn't think I could have enjoyed a service job more than I did that of Fitter 2A. The training I'd received taught me many things and gave me more confidence in my ability working on Spits. I enjoyed being out in the sun, working on my kite, proud to keep it serviced and clean, as I had to sign the maintenance schedule each day to certify its airworthiness. Having the power to decide whether in my opinion it was fit to fly was a responsibility I didn't take lightly. I used to lean on the tailplane, with my arm resting on the fuselage just in front of the fin, and look along the graceful lines of my Spit. My keenness had an unfortunate outcome the day I cleaned it with a mixture of oil and petrol, which gave it a brilliant shine. As it took off for the photographic mission over France, I followed its progress with pride, as far as I could see. Then I returned to the maintenance hangar to await its return. Eagerly I approached the Spit as it landed, stepped up onto the wing to help the pilot. "Who cleaned this kite?" he asked as he slid back the hood. "I did, sir," I said proudly. "Well, don't bloody do it again. It shines like a sixpence up a sweep's backside. I've been chased by every Hun over France." My ego suddenly and thoroughly deflated. I could understand his concern as he flew over enemy territory alone, shining in the sun with no means of defending himself. But I never did it again. Fortunately, we were later issued with a cleaning fluid that left a matte finish, so I was still able to take pride in my kite. Ken's last wish. Ken Farlow had barely turned 19 when he found himself crammed with thousands of other men in the sweltering belly of a troop ship in a convoy dodging U-boats for 7 weeks. He'd joined the RAF in May 1940, an 18-year-old from Wath upon Dearne, a small town in the West Riding of Yorkshire. Leaving school at 14, Ken started out helping install electric lighting into council houses and soon qualified as an electrician. 9 months after war was declared, he signed up with the RAF, where he remained for 6 years as an electrical engineer working on Hurricanes, Spitfires, Wellington bombers and Kitty Hawks. Initially with 38 Squadron in the Middle East, he spent 3 years in the North African desert and in Syria with the RAF's 450 Squadron, supporting the front-line forces before returning to England with 91 Squadron towards the end of the war.
He was constantly on the move. In 1 month alone they changed bases 6 times. They lived in tents or trenches in the baking heat of day and the freezing cold of night, without fresh drinking water because of the dead bodies, animal and human, the enemy had dumped in wells. Mugs of tea often came with a generous layer of grit at the bottom, said Ken's son, author and academic Andrew Farlow. Using captured or hastily constructed airfields, they were very vulnerable. He told us a story how 3 sudden screeching black dots skimming the horizon headed straight towards him, in open desert with nowhere to hide. They were Messerschmitts. He could almost touch their wings. They blew apart 2 of his mates, and the plane they were all working on. He'd been working on the cockpit of the plane just a few minutes before. He could have easily died with them. Ken told us the story of a friend killed by a booby-trap mine that was set off by vibrations as they worked, Andrew recalled. He also told us of the night he trembled with fear at the bottom of a trench as a bomb was dropped, and he was showered with dirt as it thudded into the ground just feet away.
Ken didn't always escape without injury himself.
He'd helped to rescue crew from crippled planes, or pull their mangled bodies out if they didn't make it, Andrew revealed. He spent several weeks blindfolded, fearing the loss of his eyesight after an exploding battery sprayed acid deep into his eyes. And he also got severe malaria, hallucinated badly and nearly died.
While waiting to be demobbed, Ken had volunteered for the Mountain Rescue Service.
One of his jobs was to help retrieve bodies from aircraft that had crashed in the Scottish Highlands, putting them onto the backs of donkeys, whose noses were tied with rags dipped in strong spirits to mask the smell. But he also told us one of the most precious moments of his life was arriving home when he was demobbed. Standing in the hallway, he could hear his family upstairs, laughing and chatting excitedly, getting ready for his arrival. He breathed in the beauty of the moment, called out, and they came tearing down the stairs in tears of joy to envelop him in their arms. After the war, Ken worked as a chartered electrical engineer on nuclear power stations, and also for what was known as the Central Electricity Generating Board, until the national supply of electricity was privatised in the 1990s. He married Jean in 1962, and they and their 3 children, Andrew, Helen and Adrian, eventually settled in Gloucestershire in 1974. Over the years, Ken remained silent about his wartime experiences. In fact, his children only learned of them when he was in his late 80s. It was only after our mum died in 2007 that he started talking about it. Mum always said to him, "Oh, stop banging on about the war." So he did, explained his daughter Helen. He didn't feel he was a hero, with friends and families being killed through the Blitz. He said it didn't feel right to get any medals or anything like that. He'd say, "All those people that died, they didn't get any medals." He was very much a Yorkshireman, proud and stubborn. Ken was 93 when the Farlow family learned he had colon cancer. We moved him to sheltered accommodation in Painswick. By 2016 he was bedridden for a while, and we thought we might lose him, so I asked him in a roundabout way what would he like to see. He mentioned a few things, and then he said he'd love to see the Spitfire again. Helen and her husband got to work. This was her father's last wish, and she was determined to fulfil it. She spotted a local event on Facebook
the Spitfire would be making an appearance at Gloucestershire Airport in June for Armed Forces Day. We decided to take him for a surprise trip. Before the flight time, we took him to the Aviator pub for a drink, and he met some pilots from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. They spent a long time chatting to Dad, listening to his stories about North Africa and other places. Then we took him to watch the Spitfires through the wired fence as their engines started up and they taxied down the runway for the flyover. Oh, it was a wonderful couple of hours for Dad. Back at home, Helen sent the poignant photo of Ken watching the Spitfires through the fence with his story to a local newspaper, and the story took flight. The director of Gloucestershire Airport then contacted Helen to say he'd organised a VIP tour at RAF Coningsby for Ken, another hugely enjoyable experience for him, followed by a second VIP trip to the Royal International Air Tattoo at Fairford. He spent the whole day at the tattoo, watching every display and being pushed around in his wheelchair, chatting all the time to ground crew and flight engineers. It all turned into an amazing, exciting roller coaster of a ride for Dad and us, all from just one photo. When he talked to the pilots and the engineers, he'd say it was the engine itself, the components that made the plane such a success. It was so wonderful for Dad to be talking to the same people who were now doing the job he did in the 1940s. Ken died in November 2016, with his family around him. We were so lucky to be able to give him those experiences. Dad was never ever self-pitying. As he got frailer, instead of cussing, he just got on with it. He would often say to us, "I'm one of the lucky ones." Kitty's long wait. The Supermarine Seafire, the naval version of the Spitfire, was adapted for operation from aircraft carriers. It was first used in combat during the Allied landings in North Africa in November 1942. The Seafire provided cover during the Allied invasion of Sicily and the subsequent Allied invasion of Italy in 1943. It was also used to provide aerial support at D-Day and the Normandy landings in 1944. Towards the end of the war in the Pacific, it became part of the aerial component of the British Pacific Fleet, used off the coast of Japan in the war's final days. Kitty Perry was an air mechanic with the WRNS, Women's Royal Naval Service, nicknamed the Wrens, working on Seafire engines from 1942 to 1945. When she joined the Wrens, she was 20 and living with her family in London. My father was a marine engineer, so I had more or less grown up between a screwdriver and a hammer. I had 2 older brothers. One went into the army, one into the Navy and the Fleet Air Arm, so I decided to volunteer for the Wrens. 2 weeks of basic training in London, mostly learning about the Navy, were followed by categorisation. The categories we were put in depended on what was needed at the time, and they needed air mechanics to replace the men who were going overseas. You can guess how they felt when they saw a load of Wrens about to take their jobs. I was deemed to be an engine mechanic. I went on a 6-month training course in Stafford, trained by petty and chief petty officers, most of whom had had a rough time at sea. Petty officer is a non-commissioned rank in the Navy, a supervisory role equivalent to a flight sergeant in the RAF. This was supposed to be a light job for them, but I don't think they found it like that. Imagine it, a load of young girls around the same age, early 20s, many of whom had never seen a hammer or a screwdriver in their life, all there to be trained. One of the girls lived in the heart of London's West End. She'd never done anything remotely practical in her life. We were given a toolbox full of tools and for the first couple of weeks you learned what these different things were for. Not many of us dropped out at the end of the 6 months. We had exams every 2 weeks, and if you failed, you were sent down a class. No one wanted that because you'd made friends by then. After training, the girls were sent off to various coastal naval air stations. I was now an engine mechanic, and I was sent off to RNAS Donnybristle, a fleet air arm based northwest of Edinburgh. We wore navy serge bell-bottoms, navy blue shirts, black lace-ups, navy jacket or skirt, and the round hats with HMS, His Majesty's ship, on the front. I worked on Seafires, known to us as Spits. A number of aircraft were built purely for the Navy, including the Barracudas, the Walrus, the Hurricanes, and some American aircraft. The Seafires went on to the naval carriers to be catapulted off and landed on the sea. Donnybristle was a maintenance station. Rosyth was nearby, and that was a naval base. HMS Implacable, a naval air carrier, was docked at Rosyth. They'd fly off a pack of Seafires, or whatever else they had on board, to Donnybristle for engine changes or general inspections, and afterwards they'd be flown back to Rosyth, ready for action. The Spits were very light aircraft, very closely fitted in the cockpit. Prior to that, there was the Swordfish, which had an open cockpit, but the Seafire had a tendency, when you were testing the engine, if you took it up over a certain strength with the throttle, for its tail to wave. So you lay in the slipstream with your back to the pilot, and you just had to stay there while he tested. Lying on it was not all that wonderful. Your hair was blown on end. We used to give each other home perms, and then the wind would blow it and make it awful. So tangled you couldn't get a brush or comb through it. There were also daily engine inspections, which meant draining all the oil out of the oil sump into a drum, ready to put clean oil in. That was dirty work, Kitty recalled. On one occasion, the petty officer who was in charge said to me, "Go to the stores and ask for a long wait." I didn't know what that was for, or even what it looked like, and at the stores the chap behind the hatch walked away after I'd asked for it. Kitty waited there for half an hour. Then he came back. What was that you wanted?" "A long wait," I replied. "Well, you've had one now, haven't you?" The whole thing was a big joke, a bit of fun for the men. The petty officer and the guy in the store had set me up. There was more entertainment for the men when Kitty was taking an engine to pieces and needed a supply of locking wire. On the aircraft, for every screw that had a nut on it, there was a locking nut, but because of the vibration of the engine when it was running continuously, it would work loose. Every nut had a tiny hole in it. You had locking wire to put through the hole and lock the nut onto the screw, so it would not work loose. You'd go to the stores to the open hatch and ask for locking wire. He'd have it hanging up. "Oh, just pull what you want," the guy said. Those strands of wire were about 2 feet long, and he'd have the other end attached to a mega, an insulation resistance tester, with a handle. That created a current, so as you pulled one of these wires, he'd turn the handle and you'd get an electric shock. Another joke to play on us. But the girls working alongside Kitty knew how to get their own back. One of the girls shouted, "Oh no, my watch has come off in the oil drum." So the petty officer had to take off his jacket, roll up his sleeve, ready to put his hand in the drum to retrieve it. A very dirty prospect. Then, just before he did it, we'd tell him,
Only joking. That was our joke.
There were other dirty jobs, especially refuelling the Spits.
You'd have to check the level in the cockpit and top it up to the full amount. But first you'd have to find the aircraft. They were picketed, parked all over the field, scattered everywhere. So they'd hand you a number like a car registration, and you'd go off to find it with your list of instructions. A number of checks you had to do, including the refuelling. To refuel, you had to look out for a Bowser, a mobile tank, which would be driven very slowly round the area all the time. Then you'd have to direct it back to the plane you were working on. The Bowsers were driven by civilian drivers. They'd drive up to the plane you were working on, hand you the nozzle, and then climb back into the Bowser so you could fill the Spit up. The Spit was very low to the ground, and the whole of the petrol tank was just above the wing. It meant lying on the wing holding this nozzle. It was heavy work. It would take us 2 sums to release the cap. The nozzle would go into the hole, as you would with a car. Then you'd shout, "OK," to the driver of the Bowser, and he'd release his tap. But you needed massive strength to release the cap. Also, the fuel gauge was in the cockpit, and you were lying on the wing, so you didn't know it was full until the petrol spilled out. And where did it go? All over your button-up overalls. You'd be filthy, recalls Kitty. And you didn't dare go near anyone with a match for their ciggy.
There were men doing the same job as Kitty, but when it came to certain tasks, only the women were told to do them.
Battle of Britain Spits had white stripes painted on their wings. If they came through our hands at Donnybristle, they had to be scrubbed off. None of the men were told to scrub them off, only the women. We'd all had exactly the same training, mind you, but the men weren't told to scrub.
Kitty and a friend decided to make a formal complaint about this.
If you had a complaint, you lined up at 9 a.m. and stood outside the office door. 2 of us went into the lieutenant and made our objection. His response was, "If I wanted you to scrub my floor here, you'd scrub it." Within days, word had got around that we were rebels. Then, out of the blue, my friend was transferred 50 miles up the coast.
Kitty remembered her time working on the sea fires with a certain amount of pride.
The work we did, no matter how small it was in the scale of things, mattered. You were still part of all the activity.
Kitty died in April 2017, aged 95. The Squadron Dog. Since the earliest days of aviation, the squadron or hangar dog has retained a very special place in the combat pilot's life. In the midst of the strong camaraderie and bravado of the Battle of Britain fighter squadrons, the 4-legged friend is seen frequently in the airfield images of those crucial months in the summer of 1940 when Britain's future hung in the balance. It isn't difficult to understand why squadron dogs were so important for the morale of the young pilots. Young men love dogs, and dogs return affection in never-ending measure. In addition, at a time of extreme stress and ragged nerves, and sometimes sudden personal loss, the squadron dog provided comfort and momentary release from care, a link to normality. In fact, some squadrons valued their canine companions so much they made moves to include their dogs on a formal basis. One example of this is 152 Squadron at Warmwell in southwest Dorset. The pilots of the squadron listed their dog as Pilot Officer Pooch. Pooch even had his own allocation of rations. Visitors to the Battle of Britain Memorial Site at Cape Laferne in Kent can see a permanent acknowledgement of the importance of squadron dogs in the bronze sculpture entitled B.O.B., the Squadron Dog. The sculpture was commissioned back in 1995, and at the time it was decided the dog should be a Labrador. Nowadays, so lifelike is the sculpture, visitors have been known to put down water for the Battle of Britain dog. One of the better-known canine companions of the Battle of Britain pilots is Wing Commander George Grumpy Unwin's pet Alsatian, Flash, the Spitfire pilot's steadfast and loyal companion, who virtually became 19 Squadron's mascot at RAF Duxford that summer in 1940. Legend has it that Unwin's nickname of Grumpy was given to him after he repeatedly complained about not being allocated an aircraft during the Dunkirk crisis. Another story claims he earned the nickname from fighter pilot Douglas Bader, based at Duxford at the time. One night, Bader was noisily adjusting his artificial legs when Unwin told him to be quiet. "Shut up, Grumpy," Bader is reputed to have replied. George Unwin was a miner's son who joined the RAF in a clerical job, volunteered to be a pilot in 1935, and was one of the first ever Spitfire fighter pilots with 19 Squadron, the first RAF squadron to take delivery of the Spitfire. By the end of his many Battle of Britain Spitfire sorties from Duxford in 1940, he was credited with having shot down 14 enemy aircraft. During his time as a pilot, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Order, DSO, and the Distinguished Flying Medal, DFM, and BAR. He left the RAF in 1961 as a wing commander and died in June 2006, aged 93. Life with the Clickety-Click Squadron. Corporal Bob Morris joined the RAF before the Second World War. He was studying aeronautical engineering at the RAF Technical School at Hulton, Buckinghamshire, an apprentice training to be a fitter 2E engines, when war broke out. Because of the urgent need for more personnel thereafter, activities such as time off and sport were cancelled to get us trained quickly. In May 1940, I passed out as an airman first class and discovered that I was posted to 66 Squadron at RAF Coltishall. Clickety-click was a rhyming slang term used in bingo or housey-housey games for the number 66, and 66 Squadron was often referred to by this name. I knew neither the location of Coltishall or what aircraft 66 Squadron had. Coltishall was in Norfolk, and my first glimpse of 66 Squadron was from the bus travelling alongside the airfield for a short distance. Oh, what a thrill to see Spitfires. This was a young man's dream. In 66 Squadron I found the setup was that there were two groups of technical people who looked after the aircraft. The trades in the RAF were subdivided into 5, the technical people being in the first, and we did all the major work on the aircraft. Group 2 were flight mechanics, the semi-skilled, and their job was to look after the aircraft's daily requirements, like the daily inspection, oil, petrol, tyre pressures, etc. In our group there was a fitter engines and a fitter airframe. Likewise, in the second, there was a flight mechanic engine and a flight mechanic airframe. The latter two always remained with the same aircraft. The flight mechanic engine would start up the aircraft's engine first thing in the morning, so that when a scramble call came, the engine was already nice and warm. We fitter 2Es, however, never had an aircraft of our own, as there were less of us, so we could be called upon to work on any of the Squadron Spitfires. We used to do the 30, 60 and 90-hour inspections. When each aircraft had done the maximum amount of flying hours per its particular type of engine, it had an engine change,
we would also do those. My first jobs were mainly inspections, as opposed to repair work. I remember a pilot getting into the cockpit, and I helped him get going, pulled the chocks away and set him up to fly. As he taxied out, I thought to myself, I'll bet he doesn't know that this is my first attempt. Perhaps he wouldn't have taken off so confidently had he known. We shared Coltishall with the Hurricanes of 242 Squadron, but we were not there for long, as we were moved to Kenley in 11 Group, right down in the thick of it, the Battle of Britain having started by this time. When we arrived at Kenley on the 3rd of September 1940, it was an absolute shambles. There was hardly a building left standing. As we drove around the aerodrome to our assembly point, I saw a car park full of vehicles, but there was not one which hadn't been riddled by gunfire or shrapnel. There were shelters destroyed, buildings flattened. We were only at Kenley for a week, but that short time was absolutely devastating. During that week, I think we lost 8 pilots. So at the end of it, we were practically out of action. From a ground viewpoint, we had to learn very quickly about air raids, which were incoming thick and fast. Once, I looked up and saw 5 parachutes descending. We were now dispersed around the edge of the airfield with plenty of space between each aircraft. We could not put the aircraft either in a hangar or in a group for fear of them being wiped out altogether. However, it meant that we had to work on them out in the open, often without any cover when a raid occurred. They built some blast pens at Kenley, but nowhere near enough, so you could be a quarter of a mile away from any shelter. It is perhaps surprising, but you do get used to it. Almost blasé about it, in fact. We used to carry on working after the siren had gone, right up until the Germans were practically overhead. If you then left your aircraft and lay down on the ground some distance away from it, the chances of being killed by a bomb were remote. Strafing was a bit more hazardous, but the greatest problem was bomb blast, i.e., what it actually threw in the air. If it exploded near a road, building or runway, then huge chunks of concrete and masonry could come falling down on you. You therefore tended to lie there and keep your fingers crossed that when all the rubbish thrown up came down, none of it hit you. On the 10th of September 1940, 66 Squadron moved to Gravesend, which was no more than a civilian flying club airfield. We were the only squadron there, at what was Biggin Hill Satellite. At Gravesend we looked down on the River Thames, opposite Tilbury, and I remember bombs hitting large floating oil tanks in the river there. I always admired the sailors of the little boats, tugs and the like, that used to pull out those tanks which were on fire to stop the flames spreading. However, we were not bombed at Gravesend. There was only one hangar there, our dining room, a small hut for flying control, and the pilot's crew room, and that was it. Without much to hit on a grass airfield, we would have been hard to put out of action anyway. By this time, though, Bob recalls, we were finding the living conditions at Gravesend a bit trying. We had a half-day off every 10 days. We used to spend that half-day fast asleep. We were exhausted working such long hours from dawn to dusk. At Gravesend there were no billets, so a restaurant about 3/4 of a mile away called Laughing Waters, adjacent to a big lake, was commandeered. We were taken there in our usual mode of motorised transport, a Bedford 3-tonner. The building was just a shell, nothing on the floor, and all we had to sleep in was 2 blankets. It was a mighty cold place with just 2 blankets and the floor, on the edge of a lake. The only thing that had not been taken away were the rowing boats, so every morning to get warm we rowed around the lake. Fortunately, we were not in Laughing Waters for very long before they decided to move our billets again, this time to Cobham Hall, the Earl of Darnley's estate. We slept in the servants' quarters, but at least we had beds. We were quite near Cobham village, and it was strange. Wherever we were, the officers would find a restaurant or similar for their evening drinks, whilst we other ranks would find a pub or similar. We never went into their places, and they never into ours. As we had lost so many pilots at Kenley, we now had replacements arriving at Gravesend, although we still lost several more pilots at Gravesend. However, one of the young pilots that got killed there I'd actually got to know quite well. Pilot Officer Riley. He was an American who got into the RAF through a Canadian connection, as of course the USA was still neutral at this time. He was just 22 when he was shot down and killed over Westerham in Kent on the 17th of October. By this time we were quite accustomed to losses. It sounds terrible to say that now, but I think you can get used to anything. I was on my half-day, fast asleep on my bed at Cobham Hall, as we usually were on our half-days off, when the sergeant stuck his head round the door and said, "Everybody on half—"
Chapter 5. Spitfire Families. The Second World War dominated and irrevocably changed the lives of so many families across the country. The story of the Spitfire and its success is also often one involving one or more members of the same family, with some extraordinary stories of sibling pilots and test pilots serving together through the Battle of Britain, up until the last days of the war. Despite heartbreaking loss, these stories of the brothers and sisters on the front line show their determination to play a part in winning the war for Britain. The Dundas Brothers. John Dundas, DFC and Bar, born 1915, and his younger brother, Sir Hugh, CBE, DSO and Bar, DFC, born 1920, grew up in North Yorkshire. John initially worked as a journalist for the Yorkshire Post for 2 years before joining the RAF Auxiliary Air Force 609 Squadron in 1938. Called into full-time service in August 1939, he proved to be an exceptionally skilled pilot at Dunkirk and in the Battle of Britain. In October 1940, he was awarded the DFC. On the 28th of November 1940, while flying a Spitfire, he downed an ME-109 off the coast of the Isle of Wight. It was his final victory. Minutes later, he was shot down into the sea by German fighters, who also claimed the life of John Dundas's wingman, Pilot Officer Balon. Dundas's body was never recovered. John's younger brother, Hugh, or Cocky as he was known, the nickname was derived from his resemblance to a rooster, not as a description of an arrogant or conceited man, had hoped to be a solicitor, but decided to join his older brother in the fight against Hitler. At 20, he joined 616 South Yorkshire RAF Auxiliary Squadron to fight in the Battle of Britain and scored a number of victories. However, in mid-August 1940, he was shot down and wounded, and his injuries kept him out of the final phase of the battle. He later took part in offensive fighter sweeps over France, as flight commander of 616 Squadron, and thereafter as a squadron commander and wing leader at Duxford. In 1943, he was posted to North Africa to command a wing of 5 Spitfire squadrons, and then posted to Malta and Italy. He is credited with having shot down at least 6 enemy aircraft from 1940 to 1943. By November 1944, aged 24, he was the youngest group captain to have ever served in the RAF. In 1941, Hugh's 616 Squadron was part of the RAF Tangmere Wing, commanded by Wing Commander Douglas Bader. During the summer of that year, Hugh frequently flew with Bader's section. Many years later, he recalled what he had learned from one of the world's most famous Spitfire pilots, and what he personally believed was required to be a good fighter pilot. Through him, I learned the importance of teamwork, mutual support. Although he was tremendously aggressive, he was also very skilled and determined. And then right up to the moment of engagement, more or less directing who was going to do what. You can't be a successful fighter pilot unless you are a very good shot. You've got to get stuck in, no holding back, really. But as well as being aggressive, you had to be careful. A paradox in itself. You've got to be streetwise while being aggressive. You also had to try to survive, and you got wise about how to do that. You had to have quick reactions, too. It was a whole collection of qualities. The Spitfire was a lovely plane to fly. The only thing was, at that early stage, we still had canvas or fabric ailerons. It wasn't until the beginning of 1941 that we got metal ailerons, which made a tremendous difference to the handling of the Spit at high speed in a dive. With canvas, it became heavy laterally. It had other shortcomings. When we went to Dunkirk, we didn't have self-sealing petrol tanks. We didn't have rear-view mirrors. One of the first things we did after 1 or 2 engagements at Dunkirk was to go down to the local motor agency and get rear-view mirrors and have them screwed to the top of the windscreen. But it was a very robust aeroplane. It could accommodate a great deal of punishment. Jeff Quill once told me that the last Mark of the Spitfire, all-out weight, was equivalent of a Mark I with 21 extra people with their luggage. But basically the same plane. After the war, he went into a career in newspaper publishing, later moving into commercial television as a successful executive before becoming director of Thames Television. He died in July 1995. The Gough Girls. Joy and Yvonne Gough were 2 young sisters from Cirencester, Gloucestershire, born 15 months apart, who had never even driven a car, let alone been near a plane before. In their wildest dreams, they'd never imagined they'd get the chance to pilot a Spitfire. But that's exactly what happened to the sport-mad Gough girls, as they were known locally. For by the latter part of the Second World War, Joy and Yvonne were working as ferry pilots for the Air Transport Auxiliary, delivering Spitfires and other planes around the country, the only sisters to fly for the ATA. Their wartime path to the ATA didn't start until the autumn of 1943. Joy, who was 20, had begun working in the local Lloyd's Bank since the war begun. Older sister Yvonne had been married for just a year to a young RAF bomber pilot, Tom Wheatley. Tragically, Tom was killed in a bombing raid over Berlin in March 1943. Yet Yvonne refused to let grief overwhelm her, and became determined to do something for the war effort. She was living with Tom's mother in Kent that summer. While working in a local munitions factory, freezing and testing batteries, she spotted a life-changing advertisement in Aeroplane magazine. It was the same advertisement that Joy saw, though neither of us knew we'd both applied at the time. The ad said that the Air Transport Auxiliary wanted more ferry pilots, and that they were willing to train people ab initio. That meant from the beginning. In other words, without any flying experience. Over 2,000 people wrote off in response to the advertisement. The Gough sisters were amongst the 17 people who were accepted. Tom's mother said I joined up to fly because I thought I'd be killed too, said Yvonne. But this wasn't about a death wish. I saw it as one of the most worthwhile jobs I could possibly have. It seemed natural to me to do my bit for the war by flying. Because Yvonne had applied under her married name from a different address, no one in the ATA connected the two as sisters. Joy, for her part, was drawn to aviation because in Cirencester, surrounded by airfields, she'd already met so many young male flyers. I wanted to keep up, know more about what the boys in uniform talked about. That's why I started reading Aeroplane. You couldn't just stand there useless, dumb, when the boys were talking about planes. The ad said you had to be over 5 feet 6 inches, educated to at least O-level, and be willing to undergo a strict medical. They were particularly interested in people with a good sporting background, people with really good sporting skills. Yvonne's application went in a few weeks before Joy's. Because Joy still lived at home in Cirencester and Yvonne in Kent, it came as a bit of a surprise when they both realised what had happened. There I was, coming out of the station at the White Waltham HQ one day, having started my training, and there was Joy coming in for her initial interview, recalled Yvonne. After training, the sisters were assigned to different women-only ferry pools. Joy to Hamble in the south, Yvonne to Cosford near Wolverhampton. It turned out to be a nice summer that May 1944, said Joy. You'd walk into the operations room, the hatch would open, and the ops officer would hand out the chits for what you'd be delivering. Each day varied. Sometimes we were taken to the factory at Eastleigh to collect a Spitfire. We'd also transport the planes to the maintenance unit where the radio and guns were fitted, but we weren't trained to use those things. It would have involved much longer training to train us for radio. I did have my scary times. One day I was given a chit to pick up a new Spitfire from the factory, and I found myself in a fix right after takeoff. I was heading towards some barrage balloons. The later versions of the Spitfire, the Marks 12 to 14, had much more powerful engines. This is a different beast altogether, Joy, they warned me. Open up the throttle gently because it'll have a pronounced swing on takeoff, and you have to use the opposite rudder to straighten it out. Joy did everything she had been taught, opposite rudder to counteract the swing. But to my horror, the Spit was still heading towards the barrage balloons. It felt like minutes of sheer terror. In fact, it was a matter of seconds, because the minute the plane gets height, the controls come into play, and the controls kept it straight. So in reality, you straighten up quite quickly. But for that minute or two, my brain was racing. Am I going to hit that cable or whiz through it? But you're so busy doing what you think is the right thing, you don't actually panic. That was where the training came into play. You'd been trained to deal with it. As third officers, the sisters earned £9 a week. In 1943, the ATA women pilots were awarded equal pay with the pay of the men, the first ever instance of equal pay for women in the UK. They'd ferry planes for 12 or 13 days at a stretch, then have a few days' leave. By then, Joy was engaged to George, Jiri Hartmann, a Czech Spitfire pilot with 310 Squadron. Flying had more or less taken over her life. In the run-up to D-Day in the summer of 1944, the pace for the ferry pilots got even more hectic. We'd been delivering planes that spring, upwards of 20 fighters a day, Typhoons, Tempests and Spitfires flown straight to the squadrons on the South Coast airfields, Joy explained. Yet when the war finally ended, both girls had mixed feelings. Both had loved their job. I was sad that it was all over. The last plane I ever flew was a Spitfire, from Scotland down to Yorkshire. Everything was closing down by then. It really was like resigning from a job you loved, recalled Yvonne. When Hamble shut down, Joy found herself briefly ferrying Barracudas and Seafires adapted to land on aircraft carriers up to Scotland. There were fields upon fields in Scotland with aircraft with their wings folded up, eventually destroyed and used for scrap. For me, the end of flying for the ATA was devastating. The excitement of this amazing wartime job had gone. The sisters married and started families soon after war ended. Yvonne married Neil MacDonald, a pilot from the Royal Canadian Air Force, and moved to Canada. Joy married George in Prague, Czechoslovakia, and remained there with their small son briefly, until the Czech communist government, backed by the Soviets, took over, and it was obvious it was wise to return to England for good. For the rest of their lives, the Gough girls would reminisce together about the ATA days and the time when they flew Spitfires. People often say, "Does it seem real now, flying Spitfires, while war and chaos was all around you?" said Joy. "I always say yes. They were such impressionable years. They can never quite leave you." "Flying the Spitfire was a kind of freedom you never get any other way," said Yvonne. "More than anything, with the Spit, it was always as if you had wings sewn on your back. That was exactly how it felt. It was so manoeuvrable. Once, on a cloudy, rainy day, I ran my right wing through a rain cloud. Rain on the right wing, on the left there was sunshine. You could do almost anything with those planes. Sometimes when you were landing the Spitfire at dusk, we were supposed to land 20 minutes before dusk, you felt it was almost as if you could play with the whole world, an otherworldly feeling." Both sisters flew over 50 Spitfires as ferry pilots, which, as Joy modestly pointed out, was nothing compared to the other girls who flew. The Agazarian family. Growing up in Surrey in the 1920s, the Agazarian children would enjoy games outside with their favourite toy, a First World War Sopwith Pup fighter plane, which their French-born mother had bought at an auction for £5 and installed at the bottom of their garden. The family were both cosmopolitan and prosperous. The children's Armenian father, Berger, ran a successful engineering company, and the youthful Agazarian obsession with aviation would be one that would eventually shape all their lives. Born in 1920, Monique, the youngest, was educated at the Convent of the Sacred Heart in Roehampton, London, and at a Paris finishing school. When war broke out, Monique's 3 brothers, Levon, Jack and Noel, all signed up for the RAF Voluntary Reserve, and their little sister vowed that somehow she too would fly. At first, Monique nursed with the Voluntary Aid Detachment, VAD, at Uxbridge, and upon learning that the Air Transport Auxiliary were recruiting women, she applied to join. She was turned down. She was below the minimum height requirement, and at that point she had no flying experience at all. Yet she persisted, and when the shortage of ATA ferry pilots hit its peak in 1943 and they became willing to train pilots without experience, Monique got in. She started flying with the ATA in October 1943. By that time, Monique's older brother, Levon, was a fighter pilot, flying Thunderbolt fighters in Calcutta and Burma. Brother Jack had been seconded from the RAF to join the Covert Special Operations Executive as a clandestine wireless operator in France. But the war was to take a terrible toll on the Agazarian family. In July 1943, Jack was captured and tortured by the Germans, refusing to reveal any information. He was imprisoned for 18 months, only to be executed just days before the war ended. Noel had joined 609 Squadron as a fighter pilot. He had a distinguished career flying Spitfires and shooting down 7 aircraft in the Battle of Britain. His Spitfire from 1940 is currently on display at the Imperial War Museum in London. Then he volunteered for a posting in the Middle East in January 1941, joining 274 Squadron in the Western Desert. On the 6th of May, Noel was shot down and killed when his squadron was intercepted in Gambut. He is buried in the Knightsbridge War Cemetery, Acoma, Libya. Yet like so many others whose families faced the worst, Monique Agazarian did not let personal loss or fear hinder her determination to play her part in the ATA. For nearly 2 years she ferried Spitfires, Hurricanes, Seafires, Typhoons and Mustangs for the ATA until September 1945. Then, still fiercely determined to continue flying, she obtained her commercial pilot's licenses and became one of a very small number of ATA female flyers to forge a career in aviation after the war. In June 1945, Monique joined Island Air Services, set up to run pleasure flights over London, out of Heathrow and Croydon airports, as well as charter flights. IAS also flew flowers from the Scilly Isles to the mainland. In due course she became the owner and managing director of the company, before closing it in the late 50s. After several years as a commercial pilot, she joined Air Training Services, a company set up to provide flight training in ground simulators, the first of which was set up in the Grosvenor Hotel in London. In 1976 she took over ATS and ran various other ground training centres until selling the business in 1992. She died in London in 1993, aged 72. In 2008, there was a formal acknowledgement of the ATA women's work flying Spitfires during the Second World War, when then Prime Minister Gordon Brown awarded each surviving female Spitfire pilot with a medal at Downing Street. Since then, there have been many books, documentaries and literary works dedicated to the courage of the Spitfire women. Alison Hill's poetry collection, Sisters in Spitfires, celebrate many of these ATA women. These are her poems about the Gough Girls and Monique Agazarian. Sisters in Spitfires. The only sisters to fly with ATA, Joy and Yvonne, were posted to different pools under different names, but shared an enduring love of the Spitfire. A plane that turned many into poets and dreamers, they flew with wings sewn on their backs, felt snug in the cockpit, handling their spits with care. Joy jumped at the chance to join the ATA, glad to be at Hamble in 1944, glad to learn to fly ab initio before she could drive a car. Older sister Yvonne, posted to less than glamorous Cosford, flew in thick Midlands fog, but at least they were both airborne, making it through the war. Model pilot, model lawn. The Sacred Heart sisters found her a delightful child, but very pleasure-loving. Peter Pan-inspired dreams of flying lent her silver-tipped wings. Her passion for planes began in the back garden, in an old Sopwith pup her mother found at auction. Monique and her brothers happily flew the world. From volunteer nurse to ferry pilot, Monique stood taller for the ATA, borrowing an inch or 3 for her medical, flying Spitfires with ease. She ferried cigarettes once or twice, too, stashed in an overnight bag or down by her parachute, a welcome favour for those waiting to fly. Long after the war, she manicured her window box with nail scissors, a friend's flight of fancy adding a miniature blue Spitfire set into the grass. She'd flown all types of frontliners in the war, yet did not take a coach trip until May 1991. Why be driven when you can fly? Monique wanted the sound of a Merlin engine at her funeral, arriving, passing, fading, lingering essence of her energy, her vibrant life. The Grace family. For Spitfire lovers, the Grace Spitfire is widely acknowledged as one of the best-known examples of a restored Second World War Spitfire regularly taking to the skies. Yet the story behind its success is one of a family determined to uphold the legacy of the man who originally restored it, a legacy achieved against the odds. Even in the 21st century, a female pilot operating a two-seater Spitfire at air shows and flying displays remains something of a rarity, let alone her dedication, for much of her life, to keeping the fighter plane in the air. But Carolyn Grace, Spitfire pilot and head of the family organisation which owns and operates the Grace Spitfire, has always insisted that the wonderful thing about flying a restored Spitfire has little to do with gender. It is all about the Spitfire's historic link with both past and present. Right from the start, when it was first restored, it has been so rewarding to get the veterans who had flown it involved. Because we're a two-seater Spit and can offer flights to people, we have flown many Second World War veterans who flew and maintained the Spitfire in anger in wartime. Our words are, we honour the past that has enabled our future. When you consider the history of the Grace Spitfire ML407, these words make perfect sense. Built at the Castle Bromwich factory in early 1944 as a Mark IX single-seater fighter, it served in the front line of battle through the last 12 months of the war, flying with 6 different squadrons of the RAF 2nd Tactical Air Force. It flew 176 operational sorties in a total of 319 combat hours. In April 1944, it was delivered to 485 New Zealand Squadron by Jackie Mogridge, a female ferry pilot of the ATA. One of the elite group of female ATA pilots, Jackie would eventually fly the Grace Spitfire with Carolyn over half a century on. In December 1944, ML407 was transferred to 341 Free French Squadron. It then moved through various Allied squadrons, 308 Polish Squadron, 349 Belgian Squadron, 345 Free French Squadron, 332 Norwegian Squadron, and back to 485 New Zealand Squadron at the end of the war. It remained in a maintenance unit until 1950, when it was one of 20 Spitfires converted by Vickers Armstrongs to the two-seat configuration as an advanced trainer for the Irish Air Corps until 1960. Eventually it was acquired by Sir William Roberts for his museum in Strathallan, Scotland. In 1979, Carolyn and Nick Grace were a young couple with a passion for aviation. Carolyn, who grew up in rural Australia, obtained her pilot's licence in 1978, and Nick, a design engineer, had always wanted to fly a Spitfire. He bought ML407 from the Strathallan Museum and then spent 5 years carefully restoring the plane to flying condition in its two-seat configuration. Nick designed what is now known as the Grace Inline Canopy conversion, removing the bulbous rear canopy to a more streamlined version in order to keep the original line of the Spitfire intact. By April 1985, the restored Spitfire flew again, piloted by Nick with Carolyn in the rear cockpit, watched by their 2 children, Richard just 9 months and Olivia aged 2. From then on, ML407 was a regular feature at air shows in the UK and Europe, with Nick piloting the Spitfire. Then everything changed. Nick was tragically killed in a car accident in 1988. Carolyn, suddenly widowed with 2 small children, was confronted with a tough situation. keeping the Spitfire in the air was a complex and financially daunting enterprise. Surely it would be best to sell the restored Spitfire. There were, of course, plenty of offers. There was a lot of expectation that that was what I would do as a widow with no money, said Carolyn. I had offers, sometimes almost demands to sell it, and recommendations that I should sell it, usually men telling me what I should be doing. But it was never in my thoughts, even in the darkest times, that the Spitfire would go. It would be like selling one of your children. As a family, we've moved 6 times to accommodate our Spitfire. Twice in Cornwall, then to Chichester, then Horsham, then Essex, and finally up to Northampton. But the issue of selling it back then was non-negotiable. Carolyn then set about the immense task of learning to fly the Spitfire. She had a total of 150 hours flying time, mostly on tail draggers, aeroplanes with an undercarriage configuration, like the Spitfire, that have a tail wheel rather than a nose wheel, spread over a 12-year period, until she converted to flying the Spitfire in 1990, with 4.5 hours conversion with an instructor, before going solo. It was going from a Stamp, a tail dragger biplane, which is 145 horsepower, to the Spitfire, which is 1900 horsepower. By then, the Spitfire had become known as the Grace Spitfire, in tribute to and in the memory of Nick. Once she'd achieved her solo, Carolyn then obtained her authorization to display the Grace Spitfire at aviation events, and over another 2 years, she added her aerobatic and formation display qualification. This was always going to be a family affair. Keeping the Grace Spitfire flying is a serious financial challenge, yet even as teenagers, both Grace children shared their parents' determination to display it to the world. Olivia Grace, then 14, suggested the Grace Spitfire Supporters Club in 1997 to help the ongoing fundraising for the large annual costs involved in supporting the Spitfire. At 13, Richard Grace was already involved in the maintenance of the plane. Today, Richard is chief engineer at the helm of Air Leasing Limited at Northampton, the maintenance organisation for the Grace Spitfire. Without the maintenance support of Air Leasing, the Grace Spitfire could not fly. This, coupled with Richard's exceptional flying skills, shown in his dynamic, evocative displays in the Grace Spitfire and numerous other aircraft, secures the future of the plane into the next generation, Carolyn explains. Today, the Grace Spitfire is frequently seen flying at air shows and wartime anniversaries. Especially evocative are the summertime Battle Proms concerts, sited at some of England's most beautiful stately homes, where Carolyn has meticulously choreographed the Spitfire's manoeuvres to classical music. Over the years, Carolyn has flown surviving women who flew the Spitfire in wartime, women like Jackie Moggridge or Mary Ellis. Are there any shared qualities as Spitfire pilots? They demonstrated modest determination, combined with a natural ability for flying. Today, anyone can have their very own Spitfire experience in ML407. This, for Carolyn, is also an immensely rewarding aspect of the enterprise. People come with their grandparents, grandchildren, parents, babies. Everyone is excited. The older generation revered it for what it did. But the beauty, the sound, and how it looks and performs in the air are something every generation can relate to.
After learning of his failure, he had been interviewed by a squadron leader who told him he would be given another chance. It meant, however, that he would be assigned to another group of trainees. "I shall not leave Cambridge, but I shall lose all my friends." A few months later, he was writing with the sad, sad news that he had failed his navigation exam. His bid to become a pilot was over, and he was offered the choice of being discharged from the service, remustering as a wireless operator gunner, or being assigned to a ground job. Naturally, I said I would go for WOPAG, he told his mother. If I had my discharge, I should only go into the army eventually, and I do want to make a go of it in the RAF. His pride had been hurt.
Chapter 6. Love and Loss. Spitfire pilots knew all too well that every time they flew in combat, it could be their last flight. And while on the ground, their need to live for the present and hold on to happiness at every opportunity was fierce. Similarly, the constant threat of air raids affected the lives of the aircraft men and women on the ground, and often drew them together as they struggled to cope with the uncertainty of war. While some of these relationships were short-lived, many endured through to the end of the war and beyond, the bonds made during this time proving impossible to forget. The Girl on the Platform. July 1943, Biggin Hill. 22-year-old Sergeant Joe Roddis, a newly promoted engine fitter, was at work up on the main wing of a Spitfire, filling it up with petrol. Cheerful and lively, young Joe was already a Spitfire ground staff veteran. He'd worked on Spits during the Battle of Britain with 234 Squadron. After 1941, he'd been posted to the then newly formed 485 Squadron, working alongside the Kiwis, New Zealanders, and servicing their Spits. Joe loved his job, with all its attendant perils and uncertainties. He relished the warm camaraderie he and the other ground staff had established with the New Zealand pilots. He had a girlfriend who was working as a land girl, and, of course, he loved his Spitfires. So perhaps it was entirely fitting that Joe was perched on a Spit that day when his eye was drawn to a small group of WAFs walking down the perimeter track towards dispersal. Naturally, there were wolf whistles and howls from the ground crews as the women made their way towards them. 5 air women and 1 corporal in charge, all working as MT, motor transport drivers. The women, accustomed to all the attention, drew closer. Then one of them, easily the prettiest, started laughing. She'd spotted Joe, bare-chested and smiley up there on his Spit.
I heard her say to one of the other girls, "Oh, I'm having some of that." Of course, I should have had my uniform on, not just my trousers, but it was a warm day. I looked at her and I thought, yes, she's a very nice-looking lass.
Corporal Betty Wood and Sergeant Joe Roddis were instantly drawn to each other. There was no time for more than the briefest of exchanges, but both knew, since Betty's group of WAFs were briefly attached to the squadron, there'd be opportunities later on to socialise.
The women were at dispersal at all times, night and day, and there were no problems at all. They would sleep in the same dispersal hut as the men, but there was never any hanky-panky. Everybody behaved themselves, no swearing within earshot of them, and they did an excellent job, driving, tractor-towing 500-gallon fuel tankers for the Spitfires. Some of the lads would get together with them, going to dances when we were off duty, recalled Joe. That same evening, Sergeant Roddis walked up from the sergeant's mess and stood at the guard room. Betty, I knew, had to book out. I waited. Then I heard her. There's a big difference between a woman's tread and a bloke clomping along. And there she was, gorgeous and smiling. She was always a happy girl. She'd light up a place wherever you were.
Conversation with Betty flowed naturally, and soon they were chatting away as if they'd known each other for years. Just a year older than Joe, Betty told him she loved to go dancing. She'd been in a formation team at one stage, a semi-professional.
OK, we'll go to the teapot, eh?
Said Joe. He wasn't mad keen on dancing, really. He just wanted to be with Betty.
When we had a dance, the wafts could go in civvies. Our dance hall was the teapot, 15 minutes walk from the station at Biggin Hill. When we had the time off, we'd go to dances up in London, but the teapot was our nearest and dearest.
There was no doubt in Joe's mind that Betty had stolen his heart. Yet it was made clear right from the start that taking it beyond a dancing friendship would be out of the question.
She made it known, that first dance at the teapot. "Do you know what this is?" she asked me, pointing to the ring on her finger. "Of course," I said. "Well, no hanky-panky, or else." Betty's fiancé, Laurie, was the same rank and trade as me, but he'd been posted overseas to North Africa, Alamein. They'd been together since school days. Yet Betty and me, well, we seemed to be so good for each other.
Whenever they both had time off, they'd go dancing.
We'd go up to London to the Hammersmith's Palais, the Royal Opera House dance hall at Covent Garden, all the well-known dance halls. We had fun, laughed at the same things. We'd try to be together as often as we could.
At the time, Biggin Hill had new arrivals. Pilots from the United States Army Air Corps had been posted there to gain tactical experience. One of these pilots had offered Betty a flight in a Miles Magister, yet it turned out he'd taken her up with the sole intention of giving her a bumpy ride and making her sick. When they got down and Betty realised his ruse, she'd promptly given him a swift kick in the shins before charging off. Word soon got round, thanks to Betty. As a result, she was given a nickname, Butch. She was very much a no-nonsense sort of girl. That autumn, Joe's squadron was moved to Hornchurch in Essex. The WAFs went with them.
It was an exceptionally busy time on the flying side. I remember visits from Al Deer, who was wing commander of 611 Squadron at the time at Biggin Hill. He'd visit in a fancy Spitfire with all the rivet heads smoothed flush. The whole plane was polished like a cap badge. He said it definitely made the Spitfire go faster.
Joe's friendship with Betty grew stronger, yet their time together was abruptly cut short.
It was decided to stand the aircrew down for a rest period of 3 months, a break from operational flying. Some aircrew, plus 3 ground crew, were moved up to Drem in North Berwick in Scotland, and I was one of them. The other ground crew were to remain behind at Hornchurch, along with Betty.
By February 1944, it was time for 485 Squadron to move down south again.
Typically, Betty had been posted north to Inverness, and we were on our way back to Hornchurch.
But by the time Joe returned to Hornchurch, 485 Squadron were due to become part of the preparations for D-Day. The unit started to be much more mobile, as would be needed once they were shipped over to France post-invasion.
It wasn't long before we were on the move again, this time to North Wales for gunnery and bombing practice. There was a lot of flying. The pilots were ready for it after a rest, and we had our own squadron Spitfires back again. After 2 weeks, we were back at Hornchurch, but not for long. Our next move was to Selsey Advanced Landing Ground, near Chichester, in preparation for the invasion of Europe.
By April 1944, these preparations were well underway. Air and ground crew would need to operate with minimum support and be asked to move at a moment's notice. Around Chichester, the airspace was becoming crowded with squadrons operating from Tangmere, Ford, Merston Appledram, Funtington and Bognor. Accommodation was basic, for ground crew and pilots alike. They were living under canvas.
The whole squadron seemed to sense that for us, our part in the war had really come alive. The pilots were continually airborne, the weather was good, and we were all pleased to be under canvas. It was an easier lifestyle in tents. We were much closer to the aircraft. A few yards to walk and you were at your Spitfire, which was very convenient.
Time off, however, was virtually unheard of, other than the occasional 24 or 48-hour pass.
I thought I'd never see Betty again. She was up in Inverness, although her home was in Worthing, not too far from me in Selsey. One day, while on leave, she visited me at Selsey. Unfortunately, that day I was away on some job or other, but she did send me a letter asking if I could possibly meet her at Worthing. I managed to get a 24-hour pass, and she met me at the station.
Yet the reunion was brief and bittersweet.
She told me that her fiancé had arrived back in the UK and would be with her in a few days.
Joe was crestfallen, but he was determined to play fair, do the right thing. Hadn't he promised himself he'd be a gentleman?
I couldn't get involved here. The situation was emotional, and I'd given her my word that I would respect her engagement. I wasn't about to spoil it all now.
Betty wanted to go to the tea dance at Worthing Town Hall.
We had just one dance, our favourite, a slow foxtrot. When I came to leave her at Worthing Station, she became very emotional and left in tears. That's it, I thought to myself. I'll never see her again.
Although Joe believed his time with Betty had come to an end, there was no time to dwell on it, with a war to win and a day-to-day life that was always changing. Even working as ground staff had changed so much since he'd joined in 1939.
At first they were all British pilots, but as it progressed and the other countries got involved, Canadian, New Zealanders, Aussies, all sorts of nationalities, the atmosphere between the pilots and ground staff started to be different. In those first few months, all the pilots came from well-to-do families. You never initiated conversation. When he landed, you knew what to do, but then you were pushed out of the way. You just heard, wipe the windscreen, fill the oil, and they'd go away. But once the auxiliaries and the reservists came in, it changed. They started chatting. As more experienced pilots came to us, things got better. And when the New Zealanders came with 485 Squadron, it was very informal. They were different. You were all on first-name terms. So 485 became our squadron. With D-Day, we knew we were going. We were even given French phrase books. Everything you needed to know. The night before the invasion, hundreds of gliders and paratroopers went ahead of the fighters, so the Spitz could be the leading light in D-Day. We were still at Selsey airfield the night before, and my squadron, 485, moved to Tangmere, 20 miles away. I went with an advance party in a Dakota from Tangmere and landed at Carpiquet, a few miles away from Caen. We just got on the job and forgot everything else, except what we were going to have to eat. You can't fight a war on an empty stomach.
Joe and 485 Squadron saw a great deal of action right the way through to VE Day in 1945. For the rest of his life, he would always wear his squadron badge with pride. Ka fa fa I tonu, which is Maori for "we will fight on." In July 1945, with the war over, Joe got married to Mary, a pretty girl he'd met at an army dance in Emsworth. It was time to settle down. Almost a year later, in May 1946, he left the RAF and completed a 2-year apprenticeship with a Sheffield engineering company as a machine toolmaker and setter. In 1947, Joe and Mary had their first child, Kathleen Mary. But post-war housing in Sheffield was tricky for young marrieds, and the pair decided that by Joe returning to the RAF, they'd have decent married quarters at least. So Joe rejoined in November 1948 as a leading aircraftsman engine fitter. Yet again, Joe was in the thick of it, with the Berlin airlift, where the Russians had blocked all Allied access to divided Berlin in an attempt to have complete control of the city. The RAF flew more than 200,000 flights in a year, delivering fuel and food to the people trapped in Berlin's western sector, until the blockade ended. Joe worked long hours in Abingdon, Oxfordshire, on aircraft used in the airlift, working mostly on the Rolls-Royce engines. Then he was dispatched to Germany to work on aircraft there. As a consequence, he volunteered for a tour in Germany, and Mary and the baby joined him there for 3 years. Back home, they had another child, Joseph Martin, in 1954, and Joe remained with the RAF until 1965, when he went to work at the Rolls-Royce Aero Engine Department at Derby. He retired in 1982, aged 61.
We had a lovely home in Derby, and I had plenty of hobbies. DIY, caravanning, fishing, you name it. Then my kids grew up and left home, so it was Mary, me and the dog rattling around in a 3-bed semi.
Life was good, until 2000, when Mary was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumour. She died in May 2001. Joe, typically, soldiered on afterwards. He'd maintained many of his Spitfire friendships from wartime, especially Spitfire pilot Bob Doe, Wing Commander Bob Doe, DSO, DFC and Bar, whom Joe knew from their far-off Battle of Britain days, as well as 485 Squadron's Doug Brown from Auckland, New Zealand. There were reunions, RAF events, many opportunities to revisit those times, and the enduring Spitfire memories they shared. In 2004, Joe was interviewed for a Channel 4 documentary, Spitfire Ace. A few weeks after the documentary had been screened, a letter dropped onto his mat. It was from Betty. She now lived in Selsey, West Sussex, in a flat on her own. Her husband, Laurie Drury, had died some years earlier. She might easily have missed the programme had it not been for her grandson, Lawrence, who'd known something of Betty's wartime history and rang her to tell her about it.
"Watch it, Gran," he'd told her. "You were involved with Spitfires, weren't you?"
Betty watched the documentary intently. She'd been amazed to see Joe up there on the screen. "I know him," she told her family. "We used to go dancing." Nonetheless, she wasn't sure she should make contact. All those years, would he still be the same? After a bit of persuasion, she got in touch with Channel 4, explained who she was, and in due course received Joe's address. Joe was astonished to receive her letter.
I sat on it for about 2 weeks, and then phoned her one evening. After a few phone calls, I said I wanted to visit her in Selsey.
And so it was, 60 years later, that the 20-something dance partners were reunited again. On another railway platform.
I arrived at Chichester one afternoon by train. Betty was on the platform, waiting. It was magic. She was the same Betty to me as I'd last seen on that platform at Worthing 60 years earlier. I stayed with her for a couple of days and met the family and friends, I was reluctant to return to Derby.
2 more visits to Selsey followed, each one longer than the last.
Then I asked her how she'd feel about me moving down to live with her.
Betty was all for it. Joe, now 83, promptly put his house up for sale, complete with contents, threw his Ford Escort in for good measure, and got his asking price. He'd finally won the heart of his Betty, the golden girl he believed he'd lost.
It was the start of 8 of the most wonderful years of my life,
he recalled later.
We didn't do much dancing, although she could still trip the light fantastic all day if you let her.
After a few years, Betty sold her flat and the pair moved into a bungalow in Selsey.
It was perfect. We lived life to the full, went on great holidays to Portugal, Isle of Wight, France, Wales. We even appeared on TV documentaries about the Battle of Britain with David Jason and one about Spitfires with John Sargent. We were very, very happy.
Sadly, their happiness together ended in 2012. Betty died in Chichester Hospital at the age of 91, following emergency surgery on a ruptured stomach ulcer.
I never thought I would lose her by outliving her. She was so strong and active,
Joe said afterwards. Joe carried his sadness with him, but he kept busy, still involved with aviation, a VIP guest at many events, even doing a parachute jump for charity at 90. A year later, he was asked by Boultby Flying Academy to start and run up their Mark 9 Spitfire. In front of the waiting crowd at Goodwood, he fired up the Merlin. At one of the many airfields he'd served with 485 Squadron back in 1943. He died at home on the 19th of April 2017, just days before his 96th birthday. Forgotten Heroes. In 2012, Squadron leader Doug Brown of the Royal New Zealand Air Force, 1919 to 2013, wrote of his admiration for the ground crews who serviced the Spitfires and other planes for 485 Squadron from 1941 to 1945. Unlike the Spitfire pilots in the squadron, who were in the main New Zealanders, this was not the case for the ground crew. Many of the ground crew personnel, including Joe Roddis, were with the squadron for the duration until it was disbanded in 1945. As pilots, we were so very dependent on the ground crew, and close associations were formed. The ground crew regularly serviced aircraft through the night to ensure that they were operational. Squadrons usually had 18 aircraft. A standard service took about 24 hours. In addition, damaged planes required a higher level of service, and new planes underwent a complete commissioning process. The work backlog was consequently high. The dedication and effort put in by the ground crew was not appreciated by the population at large. The New Zealand pilots, by their nature, enjoyed the company of the ground crew. There was a rapport quite unlike that of other squadrons. They were treated as equals by commanding officer and pilots alike. When misdemeanours were committed, contrary to regulation and brought to account by the hierarchy, we, as pilots, would ensure there were no grounds to pursue. As pilots, while we flew the Spitfires, without the dedication and enthusiastic support of the ground crew, our operational flying would have been badly impaired, due to a lack of confidence in the reliability of our aircraft, whether it be engine, oxygen, radio or armament. They were the forgotten heroes. Wanted. One handsome pilot. 2 weeks before D-Day, in May 1944, a group of 4 ATA female pilots were flying over the Solent in a taxi plane. Down below, they could easily see the huge preparations for the Normandy invasion. Landing craft already on the Solent, waiting there for the big day. Then one of the girls had a bright idea. Since there were going to be lots of men around the landing craft, she said, why didn't we try putting a message in a bottle with our names and where we could be found, recalled Mary Ellis, one of the group. That way, some handsome chap would pick up the message and come and find us. How stupid we were. We laughed and threw the bottles out of the air taxi, as close to the landing craft as we could. But of course it was really a silly distraction for us, a release from tension, if you like. Yet the message in a bottle incident was not Mary's only attempt to attract the attention of a handsome beau. After D-Day, another opportunity came along. On the 15th of September, I had to deliver a brand new Mark 8 Spitfire from Eastleigh, near Southampton, to RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire. While I was waiting for the taxi plane to come and collect me, I decided to leave my mark yet again. So I wrote my name in pencil, Flight Officer Mary Wilkins, her maiden name, ATA, on the inside of the cockpit, in the hope that some handsome RAF fighter pilot would see it. And my message would, in time, be discovered. But this didn't happen in the way Mary hoped it would. Nearly 20 years later, and Mary had been happily married to a handsome, charming pilot, Donald Ellis, for several years. By then she was running Sandown Airport on the Isle of Wight, a thriving business with commercial planes flying in holidaymakers from all over the UK. In January 1980, a vintage warbird man, Robs Lamplugh, got in touch with us. He told us he had just imported a Spitfire MV-154 from Australia. The plane had been assembled in 1960 in Australia, but never flown, as the then owner could not get permission to fly it. Instead, the owner had suspended it from the roof in his hangar, and there it had remained unopened and untouched for 2 decades. When the owner died, Robs was able to buy the aircraft from the deceased's estate. Imagine his amazement upon getting the plane back in the UK, opening the cockpit to find my name written in the cockpit. According to the plane's logbook, Mary had flown that Spitfire for 25 minutes, and it turned out she had been the only person to fly it. You were often the test pilot when you made the delivery, she recalled. For some reason, after Mary's delivery in September 1944, the plane had gone around the different war zones and wound up in Australia in November that year, still in its crate from being shipped from England. After a great deal of work and a replacement engine, the plane flew again in the summer of 1992. Of course we went to see it, and the story of me writing my name, hoping to find my handsome pilot, caused much laughter with Robs and his family, because in the end I did find him. Jack and Peggy. It was the summer of 1940, and WAAF, Women's Auxiliary Air Force, Peggy Balfour, was stationed at RAF Digby in Lincolnshire. She had been posted there in September 1939. 23-year-old Peggy was an operations room plotter, one of a team of WAFs working in the station's ops room, where the operations of all the fighters were monitored. Plotting was, essentially, an early form of air traffic control. The work involved monitoring all available information about the aircraft, using magnetised plotting rods to move around counters positioned on a giant table bearing a map of the section, and changing the plots regularly. Chapter 7. Afterwards. 21st century, decades after the end of the war, the story of the Spitfire lives on. An icon of the war, its enduring legacy continues to touch lives at home and abroad. From myths surrounding what may have happened to some of the aircraft that were decommissioned after the war, to their use in rehabilitating and inspiring badly injured servicemen, to the wonderful air shows that they take part in throughout the country every year. The Spitfire is second to none in British military history as a symbol of hope and victory. The Oki legend. At the end of the Second World War, Australia was home to thousands of military aircraft, machines that had become surplus to Australia's post-war needs. Hundreds of aircraft were sent to aircraft depots all over the country to be turned back into components or scrapped and melted down. One of these was No. 6 Aircraft Depot, 6AD, at Oki in Queensland, just 100 miles west of one of Australia's largest cities, Brisbane. Royal Australian Air Force records show that by mid-1946, 554 fighter planes, including Mustangs, Kitty Hawks and Boomerangs, were sent to Oki for disposal. 232 of these were Spitfires. But what happened to them? The Oki Spitfires became, over time, the subject of fierce speculation in Australia, evolving into what many call the Oki legend, the belief that many crated Spitfires were buried, either in mine shafts, tunnels or pits, by those determined to preserve them. Documentary filmmakers James Carter and Carl von Moller have notched up 20 years researching the fate of the Oki Spitfires. They are firmly convinced that the legend is very far from myth. Apart from the people of Oki, everyone from local historians, historical societies and aircraft enthusiasts, as well as current Australian Defence Force personnel from the Australian Army and Air Force, all know about the buried Spitfires. Not every story we have researched has been exactly the same, but what is amazing is that they're all pretty close, said James Carter. At first, the Spitfires at Oki were put up for sale. There were public auctions around 1946-7, and they took place on the site at Oki, but no one was interested. Some of the engines were sold to commercial dealers, and there was outcry for a while about what the government was doing with these wonderful planes. In the end, the Ministry of Air decided to put them through their disposal commission, tasked to get rid of them. A scrap metal company, a consortium based in the nearby town of Toowoomba, took on the contract, but the company underestimated the time it would take to dispose of the aircraft, and they had a contractual deadline. They set up a smelter on site, and the aircraft were then turned into ingots of aluminium. Most of them were chopped up, a few taken away to be used for training of fitters, but an undetermined quantity of aircraft pieces were believed to have been thrown into disused coal mine shafts or nearby rubbish tips by the disposal gangs. Personnel still working at the Oki depot at the end of the war just wanted to get the job done quickly and go home. For their part, there was a major imperative to clear out everything in the hangars. Stories have circulated that these men witnessed truckloads of equipment in boxes and crates leaving the Oki base to be dumped somewhere in the region, perhaps in an area called Kingsthorpe, 5 kilometres from Oki, where a number of coal mines and shafts are located. We went there and found all these Spitfire undercarriage legs sitting there, beside the old shaft, said James Carter. So the stories of parts being thrown down the old coal mines to get rid of them were true. But the stories of crated Spitfires rather than parts being put down into mines are more complicated. The size of the mines in that area, and most in Queensland, are not big enough to take a crated Spit. But one mine, the Federal Mine, located off the main street of Oki near the council depot, close to the town and the Oki depot, had tunnels as well as shafts,
tunnels larger than others in the area, so the little rail tracks into the mine could have been used.
Spitfire-obsessed locals have made sporadic attempts to dig in the federal mine area, but such attempts have failed. There are many theories as to why the Oki Spitfires may have been buried in the area after the war. The most extreme is that they were a stockpile for the years after their burial, in case of a nuclear attack on Australia. But the most credible theory surrounds the men working at the base.
They just lived through the Second World War. After 6 years, all they wanted was to go home, go back to their families and get their lives back on track. It was tantalisingly close. The only thing stopping them was clearing out the base. The quickest way to fix that was to dump the aircraft and leftover parts anywhere they could.
One for posterity. John Marshall was born in 1948. His father, Walter Neville Marshall, known as Nev, was stationed at Oki Air Base during the Second World War. He was employed by the Royal Australian Air Force as a flight mechanic / aircraft fitter before being demobbed in 1946, aged 19. My father worked on engines, airframes, repairs, modifications. He was there for about 3 years or so. I must have been about 5 years old when I remember him telling me bedtime stories about how he and his mates buried a crated Spitfire at Oki. Dad told me he and his mates dug a hole big enough to take a crated Spitfire and a couple of fuel drums. There were a couple of trees at the front of the hole, and they used a gantry to lift the crate into the hole. They dug, with great difficulty by hand, over the course of about 3 weeks. But it was all done under cover. There was only one crate involved. He said it was a Spitfire Mark 8 that was buried. The story stayed with John Marshall. Aviation became, as he grew up, a bit of a passion. In the 70s I learned to fly. About that time there were press reports about the buried Spits at Oki, and that triggered the memories of Dad's stories. In 1982, John encouraged his father to accompany him on a trip to Oki, just to see if they could retrieve any useful information about Nev's memories of the buried plane. Dad was able to identify certain landmarks around the base, like the water tower, and he was able to go straight to the place where he thought they had buried the Spits on the southern perimeter of the base. During that visit we also had contact with a local farmer and went for a drive-by of a few landmarks. There had been some digging in the Oki area that year, but a few years later it came to a grinding halt. What really convinced John Marshall that his father's stories were true was their consistency. They never changed at all over the years. We had dinner together many times and went back to the story over and over again. There was a consistent thread all the time. Dad told me the crated Spit came into the hangar with a number of other crates at the end of 1945. I assume it came in by rail and was crated over to the base. After they'd buried it, no one showed any interest about whether it was missing. Everyone was waiting to get demobbed. Dad told me while he was on guard duty one night, 3 semi-trailers took other crated aircraft out of the base. He was on guard roster, midnight to 6 a.m. He recalled 3 semi-trailers with 5 crates leaving the base, turning left, heading east. The trailers were away for about 3.5 hours, back at the base at 6 a.m. He saw this but was not involved personally. I suspect the 5 crates on the semi-trailers were destined for a mine shaft, not above ground. Nev Marshall died in November 1997, aged 70. Like every young pilot, I wanted to fly a Spitfire over the Oki base. Dad was what we called a scallywag. He loved the footy. He was a man's man. He had a great sense of humour. I don't think for 1 minute this was a story concocted to tell a 5-year-old boy. It was done to expedite their demob. He told me, "We put one down for posterity." Sergeant Robinson's Dream. Alan Robinson looked up at the consultant standing by his hospital bed. He could see the obvious concern on the man's face. He was about to deliver the bad news. But Alan already knew what was coming. The night before, in the ambulance, he'd been warned of the possible consequences of the accident he'd just had on his motorbike. A motorist overtaking another car had unexpectedly come onto Alan's side of the road and almost wiped him out for good.
"It was a serious accident," he said of the night in 2011, when his life changed for good. "I'd severed an artery in the crash and lost a lot of blood. I remained conscious until I got to hospital, but the next morning I woke up, looked down and could only see one foot under the covers. I knew I'd lost a leg, just below the knee. It was a shock, even though they'd already warned me they might have to amputate. At the time it didn't fully register just how different things would be."
Alan had joined the RAF in 1998. An aircraft engineer based at RAF Waddington, it had been his ambition since childhood to sign up and train as a pilot. But a family crisis when Alan was taking his O-levels had led to a change of heart. So I joined as an aircraft technician, as ground crew, a job I've always enjoyed. Adjusting to the shock of his disability was never going to be straightforward or easy. But after his accident he tried his best to remain rational. As someone with an engineering background, I'm quite a logical thinker, so I thought, let's take this one stage at a time. Until the accident, much of his spare time after work had been taken up with his passion for racing motorbikes. Now, of course, this was out of the question. But as the months passed and he started to recover, Alan realised he wanted to challenge himself. Would flying, once his childhood dream, be possible? He already had a friend flying microlights. Could that somehow be an option?
I researched it, and just a few days from getting my prosthetic leg, I was flying near Salisbury at Old Sarum Airfield, he recalled.
Alan had got involved with a charity called Flying for Freedom, partnered by the charity Help for Heroes, which helps disabled people still in rehabilitation into recovery, supporting them through microlight flying training. Microlights are open cockpit weight shift aircraft, one of the easiest and cheapest ways to fly. Training to fly one offers basic air experience, but it also provides an exhilarating adventure. This chance to fly proved to be immensely liberating for Alan.
Thanks to Flying for Freedom, I got my microlight pilot's licence, and I realised straight away that the best thing about it all was, up there in an aircraft, I was no longer a disabled person.
It looked like he'd found the perfect way to reconcile himself to his disability. But in 2013, Alan heard about something that really made him think hard. A scholarship of a most unusual kind. A Spitfire scholarship. Run by Matt Jones, managing director of the Boultby Flight Academy at Goodwood Aerodrome, with the assistance of the Royal Foundation's Endeavour Fund and specifically HRH Prince Harry, the new 2-year Spitfire scholarship was set up to train 2 wounded, sick and injured military personnel with very little aviation experience to fly the iconic plane. The first step was a selection meeting at RAF Cranwell for some tests and a flying assessment.
There were some extremely talented candidates attending the Officers and Aircrew Selection Centre at Cranwell, but Alan stood out right from the start,
remembers Matt Jones of the day Alan was awarded the scholarship along with Private Nathan Forster, who'd lost part of his leg in an IED, improvised explosive device blast, in 2011 in Afghanistan, while serving with the Parachute Regiment. Alan was thrilled beyond belief.
I probably smiled for a week after that.
The Spitfire scholarship involved 2 years training, a total of 60 flying hours, using wartime aircraft and training techniques. Training was split, with 30 hours flying a de Havilland Chipmunk, 20 on a Harvard, then finally 10 hours on a Spitfire. To take part, Alan had to progress from his microlight pilot's licence to a light aircraft private pilot's licence. He passed this initial test in a Cessna C-152, then moved on to training on the Chipmunk. Around this time, he got his first real look at a Spitfire at Boltby.
The first time I saw it in the hangar, I was startled by it, the most beautiful airplane that will ever be made. Yet actually flying it then still felt beyond a dream for me.
None of the aircraft used in the scholarship for training were modified to compensate for Alan or Nathan's prosthetic limbs. Nonetheless, Alan's dedication to the challenges ahead of him became increasingly obvious as he trained.
He flew with us relentlessly for 2 summers, building his knowledge and skills,
explains Matt Jones.
His ability was never in doubt, and he continued to show a talent far above average, while together we sought solutions to the challenges presented by having only one leg. Interestingly, the greatest obstacles in this respect came from flying the training aircraft, the Chipmunk and the Harvard, rather than the Spitfire itself. At times, with the Chipmunk, it was as though I was trying to pat my head and rub my tummy. I worried that I really wasn't getting it,
Alan admitted later. But sure enough, those initial concerns gradually faded away each time he took to the skies for his training. The Spitfire training was in an original single-seat Mark 9, the last Spitfire Mark to be flown with the RAF until June 1957.
It had entered RAF service in May 1945,
explained Alan.
It never saw combat, and later it was converted into a twin-seater. My training regime was quite similar to how it would have been back then. I was worried I might not be able to cope with the Spitfire. For the first 3 or 4 hours it was just the sheer speed and power of it. I couldn't keep up after flying the Harvard, and that's a reasonably fast plane. Of course, the reality of the Spitfire was difficult and a bit of a knock to my confidence. But once we were a few hours further down the road and I started to get a feel for it, I began to get used to it.
Finally, the last weekend of October 2016 dawned. Alan was due to make his solo flight on the last Sunday of the month at Lyon-Solent Airfield, once the main training establishment of the Fleet Air Arm, overlooking the Solent and the Isle of Wight.
On the Saturday there was a bit of uncertainty around the weather, so I had all Saturday night to think about it. But on the Sunday, when I got to the airfield, the excitement was tangible. About 100 people were there, a big group of people involved in restoring aircraft. My wife, Louise, and my little boy, Thomas, who's 4, were at home, in Market Raisin, Lincolnshire, unfortunately. That was the only downside.
Alan tried to shield himself from the excitement around him as the big moment approached.
I just had to concentrate on the job in hand. First, I did a couple of circuits with Matt, and he assessed me.
At that point, the weather improved. Alan readied himself for his solo 10-minute circuit. It went beautifully. The crowd clapped their approval. He'd done it. The first solo Spitfire flight to be made by an amputee since the war, and the flights made by the legendary wartime heroes Douglas Bader and Colin Hoppy Hopkinson.
I was elated, and gutted too, that the scholarship was over. I wanted it to go on forever. I was enjoying the adventure so much, he recalled. I was on a massive high. Seeing Alan go solo was no surprise to any of us that flew with him, said Matt Jones. Not surprising, but very emotional.
Since then, Alan has been promoted to sergeant and works in a technical advisory role for the RAF. He has also continued to pass on everything he learned through his scholarship experience. His involvement with Flying for Freedom and with other flying scholarships allows him to mentor other disabled candidates.
Once your confidence builds and you get the hang of it, you start to see that it's not as difficult as you'd built it up in your mind. It's a case of knocking down the mental barriers.
As for the Spitfire's links to the past, there is nothing but admiration for those that flew the Spit, defending the country.
I feel a greater than ever respect for them, now I've had the privilege of meeting some of them. I hope to preserve their memories and stories forever.
Reach for the Sky. Group Captain Sir Douglas Barder, CBE, DSO and Bar, DFC and Bar, FRAS, DL, 1910 to 1982, lost both legs in a flying accident in 1931. He went on to fly in the Battle of Britain and shot down 20 enemy aircraft before being shot down in France in 1941, ending the war as a POW in Colditz. His remarkable story was told in the BAFTA award-winning film Reach for the Sky, starring Kenneth More. Barder campaigned passionately for the disabled and continued to fly almost until the end of his life. Flight Lieutenant Colin Hoppy Hopkinson, 1920 to 1996, also lost both legs in an accident while training with the Fleet Air Arm in 1939. Inspired by Barder's achievements, he transferred from the Royal Navy to the RAF, flying Spitfires for 131 Squadron. In April 1943, he shot down an FW-190, which crashed into the sea at Brighton Pier, and a few months later he was posted to 611 Squadron, where he claimed a second aerial victory in a dogfight following a bombing run in southwest France. In November 1943, he was on a reconnaissance mission over France when he crash-landed in a field. He was pulled from his burning Spitfire by farm workers, losing an artificial leg in the process. Held prisoner in POW camp Stalag Luft 111 until he was repatriated, his RAF career ended in 1946. After the war, he ran a successful public relations business and retired to the Dordogne, France, a decade before he died. The Secret Party. Stella Broughton stared at the magnificent buffet in front of her. She couldn't quite believe her eyes. 5 big trestle tables covered with spotlessly white cloths, groaning under the weight of a beautifully presented array of delicious foods, the like of which had not been seen for a long time by most people in the country. It was the summer of 1944, and 20-year-old Stella, who worked in the Vickers Supermarine drawing office, had long grown accustomed to rationing and food shortages. This wasn't just a decent spread, it was positively lavish. Roast chicken, legs of lamb, roast beef, even a huge joint of roast pork. Fruit salad, jugs of cream, cakes, big bowls of every kind of fruit, including bananas and oranges, rarely seen at the time. There were bottles of whiskey, gin, wine, liqueurs, beer. Along a facing wall were musical instruments and stands for the musicians, gleaming cutlery and glasses, everything polished and buffed to perfection for a VIP party. It had all started that morning, Saturday the 3rd of June, as Stella sat at her drawing board. She'd been at the Vickers Supermarine drawing office at Hursley Park House, an 18th century Queen Anne-style mansion in Winchester, for nearly 3 years. Hursley House had been requisitioned by the Ministry of Aircraft Production to rehouse the design and production departments of Vickers Supermarine after it had been bombed out of its original premises at Woolston, Southampton. Stella's work involved producing master copies from the drawings of the draftsmen in her section, updated designs of the Spitfire, the Spiteful, a Rolls-Royce Griffon-engined fighter designed as a successor to the Spitfire in the latter part of the war, and other aircraft. Top-secret work, enabling the production and assembly of new aircraft. It was well paid, and Stella, the only woman in a team of 100 supermarine draftsmen, loved her job. She'd been headhunted by Supermarine from her previous job in the experimental drawing office of HMS Excellent at Whale Island, Portsmouth, and by now she was a valued, experienced member of the team, working out of the camouflaged drawing office in an underground aircraft hangar just beyond the gardens of Hursley House. She was, of course, proud of her role in the production of the Spitfire. Everyone knew the Spitfire was superior to anything the Germans had. The general attitude was, we've got the Spitfire and we're going to beat Germany with it. That gave comfort to everyone to know we had that wonderful plane. As for being the lone woman in what was essentially an all-male environment, this did not trouble her at all. I was older than some girls of my age in attitude, and more knowledgeable, she said. I could mix with people. My mother headed up various women's groups in the church, so I'd go with her to church functions, attend meetings, serve tea with the ladies, or go to all-male events with my father. Yet nothing in Stella's past could have prepared her for what lay ahead. Looking up from her drawing board that morning, she spotted Joseph Smith, Supermarine's chief designer, accompanied by a military officer making their way through the hangar. Then her boss, Jerry Gingell, head of technical publications, stopped by her drawing board. Stella was wanted in Mr. Lovell Cooper's office. Eric Lovell Cooper was the chief draftsman. Knowing full well that many pairs of eyes in the big office had been alerted to her being summoned into the chief draftsman's office, Stella made her way there. She was as curious as everyone else.
Are you doing anything particular this afternoon? Asked Mr. Lovell Cooper.
Stella said no, she wasn't. Did they want her to come in? Then she realised the military officer was sitting in the corner of the office. Joseph Smith had gone. She was introduced to the officer, Major General Douglas Graham.
Would you be kind enough to accept an invitation to a party tonight? He asked, shaking her hand. I'd be delighted if you would honour me with your company as my personal guest. The party is for the opening of a new officers' mess at my HQ near Hursley House, and I'd like you to act as my hostess.
Stella was taken aback by the request, and her mind was racing. Hostess? What did that mean? In those days the word had tricky connotations. Surely this was something much more serious. Either way, she felt she couldn't refuse, even if she didn't have an evening dress. The General assured her that it wasn't a formal affair, and there would be other ladies present too, one who worked in the main house and some other American ladies. I have a yellow day dress. It's an old gold colour, Stella said helpfully. The General assured her that would be suitable, though when she said the words old gold, she thought she saw a brief flicker of apprehension cross his face. It was all arranged. A jeep would come to her digs in Winchester to collect her at 7 p.m. The driver would have a special security pass to get her into the heavily guarded camp where the party would be held.
What was that all about, then?
Asked one of her colleagues tentatively, as Stella made her way back to the drawing board. Oh, I've been invited to a party, she replied, knowing full well no one would inquire further. Their work was top secret. People knew better than to pry. That evening, in her gold dress and the new matching gold velvet headband she'd managed to make, she made her first ever journey in an American jeep to the high-security party location, a Nissen hut tucked away in the woods near Hursley House. On arrival, she was met by the Major General, who guided her to a secluded area for a confidential chat. Only then did she learn why she was there, though she'd already decided that the party was something more significant than she'd been told. She was right. In fact, the party was a prelude to the biggest secret of the Second World War thus far.
"We are close to D-Day," Major General Graham told her. "That's why you've been asked to be hostess this evening."
Code-named Operation Overlord, and over a year in the planning, D-Day, also known as the Normandy landings, was the pivotal point in the war when the Allied forces made their combined naval, air and land assault on Nazi-occupied France to establish a foothold along the northern coast of France in order to begin their advance. Early on the 6th of June, Allied airborne forces would be parachuted into drop zones across northern France. Ground troops would land across 5 assault beaches across a 50-mile stretch of the Normandy coast, the beaches named Utah, Omaha, Juno, Sword and Gold. Hence the General's somewhat apprehensive look when Stella had mentioned the colour of her dress. More than 60 of the most senior British and American military commanders taking part in Overlord and their staff were the party's guests, many meeting each other for the first time. Stella's role, as directed from as high up as Generals Eisenhower and Montgomery, was to help make the top-secret pre-D-Day party a success. Her presence, as both a civilian and a female, would bring an element of normal life into the evening. She was to greet each guest, help them relax, talk briefly to them, without any mention of why they were there, of course. The high level of security surrounding the planning of D-Day meant that not only was she now privy to the war's biggest secret, she could not, under any circumstances, reveal any information about the secret party until at least 60 years had passed. Because of the nature of her work, Stella, like her colleagues, had already been required to sign the Official Secrets Act for her drawing office job. Yet hosting the party itself placed her on the high-security bigot list. British invasion of occupied German territory. An event like this eve of invasion party had never been held before any major battle. "I was not intimidated," recalled Stella, remembering the moment when she took in the enormity of her involvement. "I was quite mature in my thinking, and I had 2 brothers, so I was used to male company, being at the forefront of a group of people." In any case, there wasn't time to deliberate or mull over what she'd been asked to do. Major General Graham, as the senior British commanding officer, was now greeting every guest as they came through the door. Soon he was bringing each man to be introduced to the pretty young English girl in the yellow dress. Stella had been told to spend between 10 minutes or half an hour talking to each officer, helping them relax. They were introduced to her according to their rank, but she sensibly chose to address each one as Mr., making pleasant, easy small talk about all manner of light topics, ushering them towards the refreshments, generally putting the men at ease by talking about holidays, gardens, flowers, trees, even musical concerts. Yet it was Stella's discretion and common sense that would be crucial in making the party run smoothly. One officer brought in by the General was obviously reluctant to stay very long. No, he insisted, he didn't want any food or drink. The General took him back to his billet. Sometime later, Stella learned that he had been killed shortly after the landing. At one point, General Graham introduced her to some senior American officers, including Lieutenant General Omar Bradley, the U.S. Army General in command of all U.S. ground forces. Bradley took Stella's hand and thanked her profusely for coming, but he didn't let go. I could feel him shaking, and I knew why. These men had the knowledge that 30 to 40% of the men under their command would go. They were top men in charge of thousands of lives. They had to contend with that fact. They knew the likelihood of that happening. I didn't draw away. After a few moments, however, he did release his hand, turned and introduced Stella to another American officer, Major General Clarence Hubner, commander of the U.S. 1st Infantry Division, who would eventually lead the 1st on the assault on Omaha Beach. Stella noted that, unlike Bradley, he seemed calm, his feelings under control. Not long after that, the pair left to get back to their ship. Some of the other women at the party were in U.S. uniform, dancing the jitterbug, but they only stayed for an hour or so. As the evening progressed, there were a few tense moments when nerves started to fray. One officer proudly produced a family photo to show to Stella. The officer seated next to him abruptly stood up, excused himself, and left. Stella noticed the other men's dismay at this, and quickly launched into a conversation about a visit to the National Gallery. It worked. The tension eased. Then the Major General reappeared and asked Stella if she'd care to dance. The band played a waltz and the pair danced, leaving the floor to accompanying applause. Just before midnight the party ended, and as arranged the Major General escorted her home in the jeep. He had, he said, been very grateful for Stella's composure that evening. The party had gone extremely well. Then, in the back of the jeep, he asked Stella if he could put his arms around her. I said yes. I realised he needed the close human contact. Then his head dropped onto her shoulder, his body shaking with emotion. He held me as though he was clutching for dear life onto a lifebelt on the sea, and I was his anchor, recalled Stella, stunned at the depth of emotion from a man who commanded the lives of thousands of others. Eventually he regained his composure and dropped her off at her digs, courteously saying goodbye with all too apparent gratitude. At that moment, Stella understood that even for powerful and experienced men like the Major General, the enormity of the task ahead was unnerving, and that the prospect of losing many more young lives in battle was a heavy weight to bear. Yes, this was war, and this was their role as military leaders, but after all they were only human. It was like I was comforting one of my brothers. In a way, I behaved as I would if it had been one of them, a family matter. These men were strangers to me, but I didn't treat them that way. I treated them like older brothers. The next day, Stella took a long bike ride for most of the day, giving her a chance to absorb the events of the previous evening. On Monday at work, her colleagues accepted her account of what she told them was a party for a group of British and American troops. Talk of the food and the dancing satisfied their curiosity. Later that evening, of course, all attention was focused on the invasion itself, which she witnessed with everyone else as wave after wave of aircraft and gliders converged in the night sky above Winchester, heading towards the coast and France. Stella didn't reveal what happened that night of the secret D-Day party for many years. After the war, she left Supermarine, got married, became Stella Rutter and had 2 daughters. But her family knew nothing of her wartime secret. Only nearly 70 years later did she tell her story of that secret party. By signing that Secrets Act, you gave your life to this country. Few people realise the enormity of that. D-Day, 1944. Although limited planning for the invasion of Europe took place soon after the evacuation of Dunkirk in 1940, detailed preparations for Operation Overlord did not begin until late 1943. A command team led by American General Dwight D. Eisenhower was formed in December 1943 to plan the naval, air and land operations. Deception campaigns were developed to draw German attention and strength away from Normandy. To build up resources for the invasion, British factories increased production, and in the first half of 1944, approximately 9 million tons of supplies and equipment crossed the Atlantic from North America to Britain. By 1944, over 2 million troops from over 12 countries were in Britain in preparation for the invasion. D-Day was made possible because of Allied efforts across all fronts, both before and after June 1944. On D-Day itself, Allied forces consisted primarily of American, British and Canadian troops, but also included Australian, Belgian, Czech, Dutch, French, Greek, New Zealand, Norwegian, Rhodesian and Polish naval, air and ground support. The Spitfire provided crucial air support for the D-Day landings. The latest Mark IX had 1,720 horsepower engine and was equipped with both 20mm cannon and 50 caliber machine guns. Many were also adapted for fighter bombers to carry out attacks on German ground forces. Operation Overlord did not bring an end to the war in Europe, but it did begin the process through which victory was eventually achieved. Bittersweet memories. Ken Hone was born in 1922 in a village near Morriston, Swansea. When war broke out, Ken was 17. He wanted to fly and was soon accepted for flying training by the RAF. But during a medical examination, the doctors discovered a problem with his left eye, so he opted to train as a fitter. I wound up at a training school in Weston-super-Mare in 1941. Then I was posted as a flight mechanic to Little Rissington in Gloucestershire, where they flew the Oxfords, then to Innsworth near Gloucester for 4 months fitter training. By then I was an LAC, leading aircraftsman, a fitter on engines. Ken started repairing Spitfires at the Central Gunnery School, RAF Sutton Bridge, Lincolnshire. You were learning new techniques all the time, and it was hard work, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m, working on the single-seater Spits and other planes. The first time I worked on one, I was a bit apprehensive. I was very much in awe of the senior technicians, the lads who joined the RAF earlier. They were very well trained. It was obvious the pilots depended on them. Anyone who was in the RAF before the war started, they were excellent technicians. My lot, on the other hand, were just a bunch of kids not long out of training. As a flight mechanic, it's all checks, oil and water. But as a fitter, it could be a day's work removing an engine, changing a propeller in the maintenance hangar. Sutton Bridge, Ken recalled, was tough at first. The aerodrome was a mile away from town, where the cookhouse was located, so you always wound up not having any breakfast. You relied on the naffy wagon, a wartime mobile canteen selling cigarettes and snacks, while you worked. We'd be starving. At 8 o'clock, when you'd finished, you'd walk that mile for your evening meal, if you weren't too shattered. This situation went on for months, and we were pretty dissatisfied with it. In the forces, you couldn't go on strike, but we made the point that we were tired. We stopped work, sat around, and in the end they had to work out for themselves why we were so tired. Then they altered it all and we got less working hours. Ken decided to volunteer for an overseas posting. In 1943 he was posted to Italy. Initially he worked on a mobile RSU, repair and salvage unit. I arrived in Naples by troop ship, the Queen of Bermuda, with 5,000 RAF personnel landing there, all to be dispersed with the various squadrons. The RSU was made up of a group of technicians, plus all the equipment needed for recovery of crashed or damaged Spitfires. There was a Coles crane for lifting the Spitfires and a long-bodied lorry. They called it the Queen Mary, to carry the Spitfires as well as a normal truck for the rest of the equipment. There was a fitter, a rigger, an electrician, a driver for the Coles crane, and a truck driver.
Then we were started moving around to recover any crashed aircraft. We were travelling south to north, up the mainland of Italy, following the 8th Army, collecting the crashed Spits. We had to get to them, gather whatever we could before the Germans did. There were groups of us, repair and salvage units, doing this all over the place in Italy. And there were vast depots where they took all the bits and pieces.
The Defence of Malta, 1942. Malta was a key strategic Allied base in wartime. Axis forces laid siege to the island and attacked British supply ships. Stocks were running dangerously low, and the RAF called for reinforcements. Over that summer of 1942, hundreds of Spitfire Mark 5Bs and Mark 5Cs were shipped in by aircraft carriers. This was one of the first times the Spitfire had been deployed outside the UK. These improved Spitfires had a top speed of 371 miles per hour and were armed with powerful 20mm cannons and 4 303 Browning machine guns. The Spitfires proved decisive in gaining air superiority, and the siege was broken. Malta then became an important base for supplying British troops in Africa and launching future attacks on Italy. Ken's RSU made its way up to Rome, then Florence. Just outside Florence, he was told he was being posted to 185 Squadron, a fighter-bomber squadron which had taken part in the fierce air battles over Malta, later flying sweeps over Sicily and moving to Italy in 1944, supporting the Allied advance up the length of Italy. This, Ken recalled, was a different life for him in those concluding months of the war, January to April 1945. We had between 16 and 18 Spits to look after at Pontedera, in between Pisa and Florence, working mostly on Mark 8s. We were lucky. 185 was a very friendly squadron. We were living under canvas all the time I was there. It had snowed that Christmas, the first time in that part of Italy for 40 years, and the lads would take a lot of photos when they went out on a raid. I remember them bringing them into the mess tent to show us. We'd also play cricket and rugby in between the tents, on one occasion at 2 a.m. There was no them and us between the pilots and the ground crew.
If I did a maintenance job on a Spit, one of the pilots had to test it afterwards. I'd wander into the crew tent and ask for a driver. Maybe some didn't like you using that word, but it was all done with good humour. We didn't discuss what was going on with the war, not in any detail. On one action, we were on one side of a hill and the Germans were camped on the other side. It was explained to us by the CO that our lads were doing a raid. They'd be dive-bombing it at mealtime. Later on, the lads brought us a film of that. I think it was one of the last major jobs the squadron had.
Yet there was one situation in those last months that Ken would never forget.
A new lad came onto the squadron. He was about 19 or 20. I went to see him off into the pilot's seat, but I felt a bit concerned about him. Just a sixth sense you get.
Ken had never tried to do anything like this before, yet somehow he felt compelled to try to give the young lad some help.
I sat on the wing as he taxied to the end of the runway. Then I spoke to him, standing on the wing. I suggested that if he didn't want to take off, I would classify the aircraft as unserviceable, take it back to dispersal. I could see he was very nervous. He just shook his head, and then he went off.
The young pilot didn't come back.
They found his plane in a river. It was his first trip on a squadron in a war zone. His temperament just wasn't right. He'd have been one of the last ones to be killed in the squadron.
Ken had, of course, witnessed other disasters since joining the RAF.
At Little Riss, I'd seen 2 Oxfords collide in the dark, lads on navigation training.
On another occasion at Pontedera, Ken got chatting to the new squadron leader.
I asked him what he'd do when the war ended. Dunno, he told me. I used to ride a bike for Lipton's, he said.
Lipton's was a large chain of grocery stores.
Then he got killed in a spit while dive bombing.
By the time 185 Squadron had moved north to the area around the River Po, the announcement came. The war was over.
At the end, we got the order, dig some trenches. We dug the trenches and we filled them up with all our equipment. We dumped the lot. That was the end of 185 Squadron. Then we were reclassified as 55 Squadron and moved to Athens in September 1945. It was all over.
Ken was finally demobbed in September 1946. He got married almost immediately afterwards and had 3 children. Later he divorced and moved south, working as an engineer at Vauxhall in Luton for 23 years, until it closed down. Looking back on the war, he felt there was no real logic to any of it. They all learned to live for the day, no more.
There was no tomorrow. You just hoped there was. Every day your mates went out, some didn't come back. You just got on with your life. Made the most of it.
To spend a week's leave flying with his old comrades. The fact that he too was shot down on the same day in combat south of Dungeness was evidence of the truth that experience only provided limited protection in the kaleidoscopic violence of air combat. Some commanders managed to create a family atmosphere in the unit. Having a wife helped. At 73 Squadron, the diary notes, "Mrs. Robinson, the CO's better half, has got us adopted by a knitting circle. She also collected all our smalls and took them off to launder them, and the following day brought our laundry back, beautifully done." Station commanders like Victor Beamish at North Weald and Dick Grice at Biggin Hill imposed their big personalities on those they led, inspiring, cheering, and sympathising with pilots, ground crew, WAFs, and administrators alike. Some leaders, though, seem to have made little impression. Dennis Whistler barely mentions his first CO, Ralph McDougall. When he was posted away to be fighter controller on 17th of July, he decided first impressions of his replacement, Cedric Williams, are not good. Williams was 30 years old, a Cranwell graduate who later returned to the college staff, and seems to have moved to his new command from a post in the Air Ministry Directorate of Intelligence without any direct experience of the air war to date. Whistler noted a few days later, following a session of practice attacks, that the CO had never done them. A few weeks later, he records grumpily that after a day involving several patrols and flaps, the CO had the bright idea of doing attacks at 9:15 p.m. They were a failure, and the CO lost us, what with darkness and mist. We did not get back until 10:15, 7th of August. On the 25th of August comes the laconic entry, S.L. Williams lost, wing shot off. He went down in the sea after launching a head-on attack on a Messerschmitt 110. By then, his determination and keenness had brought some reward. Before he died, he claimed a Dornier 17 and a Junkers 88 destroyed. The upper levels of fighter command seem wisely to have made little attempt to interfere with the raw tactical conduct of the battle, and left it to the pilots themselves to devise a methodology based on reality instead of theory. Carefully constructed pre-war drills, though, continued to be practiced almost to the end of the summer. In the meantime, the pilots worked out their own tactics. In September, as fighters began to operate in wing formations, George Barclay described getting together with 46 Squadron to devise a system where one squadron was flanked by 2 sections of the other, weaving protectively alongside. A few weeks later, they agreed on a drill to work in sections of 4 and break away in pairs if attacked by 109s. The pilots, though, had no control over how, when, and where they went into battle. Their daily lives were completely ruled by the decisions made by the officers who directed the squadron's response to raids from the sector ops rooms. The relationship between controllers and pilots was tense. The contemporaneous accounts brim with exasperation. In mid-September, the 73 Squadron Diary announced that faith in the ops room, which continues to give scramble orders while still calling the squadron to readiness, is dwindling. Soon we will be getting scrambles when we are on leave. That is, if we ever get any leave. The overcautious ordering of alerts means that a pilot's day could stretch from 3 a.m. to 10 p.m., hours that were spent sitting around dispersal where the aircraft were parked and doing little or no flying, but nonetheless simmering in a state of anticipation that did not allow the real rest they all desperately needed. By the 4th of July, Dennis Whistler was complaining that he had been up at 3 again this morning. I'm getting a bit tired of seeing the dawn break. We are now sleeping at the dispersal hut in order to get a little more sleep. A month later, things were no better. We went over to Martlesham today and did quite a bit of flying, he wrote on the 6th of August. We did not see any Jerrys, though we chased some invisible ones. We were at readiness again until well after dark. Blast operations. Worse was when the instructions given by control either failed to put the squadron in a good attacking position or left them dangerously exposed to the enemy. On the 23rd of September, 73 Squadron's Day got off to a bad start when they were served an inedible mess of mince for breakfast. They were then ordered to take off from Debden and join up with 257 Squadron at nearby Castle Camps to intercept a raid. They were to be covered by 17 Squadron, also at Debden, but they failed badly in their necessary task, and aided by what can only be described as crass stupidity on the part of ops, the squadrons were broken up by ME-109s. The debacle, for debacle it was, began when, while patrolling at 20,000 feet, the squadrons were ordered to come down to 10,000 feet, thereby losing the advantage of height. James Smith, the Canadian pilot officer who was leading the patrol, promptly and wisely questioned this, but the order was confirmed, so being left no option, he began to go down. Disaster then came among us. At 17,000 feet, when 17 Squadron had left the tail completely uncovered, ME-109s hurtled down from the sun and the formations went over like ninepins. The first news the ground staff had was the arrival of Sergeant Webster, seething with rage and with machine well bullet-marked. One bullet had struck an ammo tank in the port gun bay and exploded a belt of rounds and weakened the wing struts. Of the 12 machines which have taken off, only 8 returned. Miraculously, all the pilots survived, 2 ditching into the sea, 1 crash landing and 1 bailing out, though 2 were severely burned. The incident served to further reduce the squadron's already diminishing reserves of enthusiasm and energy. The diary reveals a pattern of initial eagerness gradually being eroded by the endless grind of action. At the beginning of September, 73 Squadron was based at Church Fenton, out of the front line of the battle and chafing at the bit. "Nothing ever seems to happen to us these days," lamented Hugh Elliot, who was by then the squadron Venerable Bede, charged with chronicling their story. There are still rumours and hopes of a move towards the south, but the days pass and it never comes. The following day, everyone's spirits rose a mile today when the